Recently in your adventure, you all ventured further into the underground sewers beneath Ostennis and discovered a den of thieves that you soon learned called themselves the Ebon-clad. After navigating some precarious conversations that could have possibly turned violent, you managed to convince the matron that you could be of use to her. So she conscripted you into doing the Ebon-clad some favors, both for the matron herself and the High Elven Beck, to prove that you could follow orders and furthermore that you would not rat out the location of this den to the glass guard. They allowed you to leave through a rather dangerous cliffside exit, and you made your way down and out of city territory, past a violent encounter with some griffins, and then heading southward along the beach. Per Beck's directions, you found a coastal cove south of the city and were able to harvest the components of a rare Ember Lotus. And upon spying a second further ahead, you approached, walking up to a crag-side cavern entrance surrounded by statues of humanoids and a giant 6-foot-tall wolf spider, legs reared up in action, captured as if carved from stone in a position of aggression. And that is where we pick up in the late afternoon of Lordas, the 30th of Hearthfire. The day that won't end and spans 4 sessions.
What is the time of day generally? Is the sun setting? Has it set?
Late afternoon. It's not quite sunset colors in the sky yet, and the sun is clearly visible at a roughly 45-degree angle or so. So definitely late afternoon.
We're at a second flower, right?
Yes, you've kind of come up against this cavern entrance, this like hole that seems to be like embedded into one of these crags, and surrounding it are statues of humanoids and a lot of beautiful looking flowers in the area, and most notably a 6 foot tall or so red petaled flower bud that's kind of growing out of a crag and near to the left side.
We need 3 of these?
Yes. Beck has requested that you harvest at least 3 stems of sap and thorns of these Ember Lotus, and would pay you roughly 50 gold per harvested plant. So if there's more than 3 that you can find, that's just extra money potentially. But so you kind of are now approaching this roughly, let's say, a 50-foot wide U-shaped alcove, kind of formed naturally by the rocky crags that jut up out of the beachfront.
Do we see any humanoid statues that match the description of the guy that she said they sent out?
You guys can certainly poke around a little bit and check. Everyone can make a perception or investigation check as you kind of survey this grassy terrain.
What was his name?
Vars, the halfling.
Vars.
Ooh, 19 perception.
21 perception.
Wait,
Nat 20 from Jiri.
Nat 20. I know exactly what he looks like, so.
You do.
You did keep asking about him.
Can I do investigation instead?
No.
Sure.
I just said perception first, but
yeah, I allowed perception and investigation, so that's fine.
21 investigation.
3
You all rolled really well. Yeah, you all rolled really, really well. So kind of some of the surface level stuff that you're able to ascertain in this area. The particular cove is actually kind of grassy, considering it's a beachfront, and placed on both sides of these the cavern's entrance are 2 kind of soldier-looking fellows, just carved from stone and kind of looking over to they're both looking inward toward the cavern entrance as if like heralding the entrance of this place. Both are wielding seemingly like great swords with short swords at their side, facing down in a very ready stance. Neither of those figures looks like the description of Vars, the halfling. These both seem to be human.
Bless you.
So you said they look like they're carved from stone, or do they look like they were once living and then turned to stone? Because I feel like there's a big difference.
There's definitely a big difference, maybe difficult to discern, but with your perception check of a nat 20, I would say it would be odd. They look very they're very upright, and the way they're perfectly spaced across this cavern almost implies they were statues carved in this way. But with a keen eye, you're noticing a look of fear in their eyes that would have been odd for someone to have carved that expression onto these people's face. So you're getting a sense that maybe these weren't carved or were carved by some strange, someone with a strange sense of humor or something.
Oh boy.
Do we feel like messing with something that can turn us to stone?
No.
Definitely no. Where do we see the flower?
To the left of the entrance.
There's a large flower to the left of the entrance, and you also notice there's several colorful flowers in the entrance as well, kind of growing out of the side of this stone crag landscape. But there is one directly to your left. It seems to be an Ember Lotus, but with its distinct ruby red flower petals that kind of fade to yellow in their center. But it also actually seems to be kind of intertwined with another more viney plant that also has several bright colored flower petals of orange and red and yellow.
I was wondering
slightly
if you
different
could just
looking.
yank that flower out from afar, but it looks like it's pretty rooted in there.
I could levitate a sword in there, but it wouldn't be easy, and it would probably take a lot of concentration. Not perfectly.
How far away are the statues from the flower? Like, just
roughly 15 feet to the left, I would say the flower is from the cavern entrance. And again, it's kind of growing out of the crag as if kind of its roots and stuff had kind of split through the kind of striations and indents in this crag. And so it's growing out of the side of it at an angle, but is still kept roughly 6 feet high aloft the ground.
And it's like at ground level?
The flower itself is about 6 feet up, just kind of suspended in air, held by this thing, by the stem.
Why don't we just we can just approach from the outer side of this, keep our eyes open, knock down this flower, be careful of the head of it, because the last time we saw it, it kind of exploded into flames a bit. So second you cut that down, it's probably going to tip.
We could just cut the base first, and then we'll take off the head once we've gone further away.
Right, that's a good idea. So
we all hide behind Telperion, like line up behind him, I guess.
So we'll step lightly.
I will step back with Alfie and spread us out like 15, 25 feet apart. And Alfie, start make some noise if you hear anything or see anything, and like do a not patrol, because we're just kind of standing back.
I was gonna assign that to myself as well, because I'm pretty spent. Unless you had something you wanted me to do, Telperion.
Did you have like a little trick you could do to like make things a little easier for someone? AKA, can you cast guidance?
I cannot.
Never mind. Okay, all right. I'll try to stealth on over to the flower.
I'm behind Alfie, kind of just like peeking over. Specifically, just
you're all kind of trying to keep a low profile. Everyone, give me a stealth check just to see how kind of quiet you're keeping your general presence.
20.
Man, our party's not stealthy.
No.
Oh, great. 6. Rolling with disadvantage on these sucks.
Hey, 18.
12.
And how about Alfie, Roulette? Solid. Okay, so you guys are, trying to keep your footsteps quiet and everything. You're proceeding carefully, watching where you step. there's no immediate threats visible, but you are also in just alcove out in the open. So you're also having a hard time to find cover specifically to hide behind. But you're able to approach this Ember Lotus stem kind of growing out of the crag, and Telpiran, you're approaching it with your glaive, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to use Kair at the top just to hold it steady as I try to saw the bottom as low as I can. And I'm also curious about these other flowers. Do I recognize them as anything of interest?
Make a nature, or just make a nature check.
Do I use my herbalism kit?
with your proficiency bonus because you're identifying herbs? Yeah.
10. Oh, great.
You're not sure what these other similarly colored, but their petals are more frequent, more numerous, and smaller, and it's more of a bushel of them rather than just a single blooming lotus blossom. So it just looks different, but you're not sure what plant that may be.
I think what I'll do is I'll use my glaive and I'll try to just hack that off a little bit to clear the stem. And I also will grab a few of those with and just stow those in a pouch for investigation.
Sure. So as you try and reach out and kind of cut off or separate kind of this more this dense viney plant that has grown around the kind of bamboo-like shoot of the Ember Lotus blossom, make a general strength check, because you're noticing these vines are much thicker than even the bamboo shoot that you've chopped up in the past.
God, it was almost a 16, then it rolled to an 8. A strength check would be 11.
You're not able to cut through immediately from this distance, kind of putting pressure on. Physically, you're kind of creating a long moment arm for yourself, so it's hard to put as much pressure down reaching out. You may have to get closer to apply the correct strength necessary to chop through this.
I'll get closer. I'll get closer.
Okay. As you get closer, the plant with more numerous small flowers reacts to your presence, and it just kind of turns in your direction, quivers, and a puff of gas emanates from it. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
I wrote nat 11 plus 3. Plus 4, 15.
Okay, it also didn't really display it the way I wanted to, but I wonder if I can get it to. But 15 saves. You feel this kind of burst from one of the orange blossoms, kind of like showers your face, and you get dizzy for a moment and you feel woozy and like you're going to fall unconscious, but you ready yourself, and seemingly the plant has expended its use of this flower's kind of pollen that kind of sprayed you. So now you're close enough to successfully kind of separate that plant from the Ember Lotus.
Can I pocket that?
Sure. You can pocket the expended leaves of a tri-flower frond.
So, period. Let's just leave that flower alone for a bit. Let's get this big thing.
It's fine.
Let's just get the big thing, please.
Well, I had to pull it apart, and then I'm gonna switch my longsword for this. I'm gonna try to whack the base of the lotus.
Okay, make an attack roll.
11 plus 5, 16.
You successfully are able to, both with telekinesis or your brute strength, pull away some of the vines from the base of the bamboo-like shoot of the Ember Lotus stem, and you successfully hack off the base of it. So now it is kind of still a little intertwined up at the top, so you may need to wrestle away the rest of the plant.
I'm careful not to touch the thorn site.
Yeah, so go ahead and make a general dexterity check to make sure that you're able to. Yes, absolutely. What's up?
I want to send in Alfie to go help him. I'm not stepping forward myself, but I will send in Alfie to at least just lend a claw to help pull it.
And then I'll be using Kair too to kind of help me yank, so I don't have to I'm not putting two hands on. It's like one hand in the thorn free spot, and then my mind.
Sounds good. With Alfie's help, go ahead and roll a dex check with advantage.
I'll roll my two medals together at the same time. 13 plus 1, 14.
You successfully are able to kind of wrench free the other end. Your fingers start getting a little close to some of the thorns, and you remember what Beck had said about if if that sap enters your bloodstream, it can be very painful. So you maybe have a bead of sweat as you're doing this, but you're able to successfully harvest your second bamboo shoot of Ember Lotus sap and thorns.
All right, and then I'll have Alfie carry it as we move away.
Well, I'll have Alfie first kick off the flower part.
Not to go further away.
Oh, we can. Yeah, let's move further away.
Yeah, that's a good point. So at this moment, the flower still adorns the top of the stem.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll carry it further left, stage left, away from the cavern, and we'll repeat the process of kicking the flower part off from a safe distance
with my glaive,
and then loading the stem with the thorns and the sap into the bag.
Okay, so who's kind of shorning off the flower top, the petals from the bamboo shoot? You said with your glaive, Telpier?
Yeah.
Okay, as you don't even have to roll for this, you once again make a clean cut, and as soon as the Ember Lotus flower petals, kind of similarly to how you've experienced before, as it kind of burns away with kind of cinders that kind of just eat away at the flower petals, you hear a sudden buzzing noise as you see a giant red wasp kind of recoil from the flower that had been hidden within its flower petals and rushes towards you. We don't need to go to a full initiative for this, but it is going to quickly make one attack at you in surprise, but you quickly deflect it and it flies away.
Fucking bugs.
You can swing at it if you wish as it leaves your area.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
15 points.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Oh,
How big is this thing?
Earl 3.
It's probably like a foot tall and like pretty thick around, but it was well hidden within the enormous petals of these things. What was it, Telpier?
8 to hit.
8 does not hit, so it successfully kind of buzzes away and flies off into the distance.
Bug.
But you successfully have harvested your second Ember Lotus shoot.
Is anyone really curious what is in that cave?
Only if there's another Ember Lotus in there.
We did.
A thought possibly enforced or indicated by, it seems roughly conducive to plant growth down there with the kind of the view of several bright colored flowers adorning the walls within there.
I was just going to say, I have no tools left in my toolkit today, essentially. So I don't know if we want to establish a camp nearby. That's maybe a little early for bedtime, but I've got my bow and I can shoot arrows. But other than that, I'm of no help to you all.
Were we a little trigger happy in the Griffin fight?
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Uh-huh.
Have never cast a spell.
Well, let's we can keep Toby, a bow and arrow is, I'd say, more than helpful around here. I'd say let's keep searching around. I fully agree with the sentiment that I don't think we need to be delving into this cavern here, at the moment at least. I'd say just let's take a little bit of a further walk down the beach and see if we can find any more of these Ember Lotus.
And if we don't, in the cabin.
Well, can we at least look into the cavern a little bit and see what we see inside?
What we need is a scout. I am not that person.
Oh, send Elfie.
Before even thinking to send Alfie, I'll do this. I'll because the cavern is up a bit, right?
It's roughly floor level, you could walk into it, but it's the terrain of the grassy beach landscape kind of descends in to kind of an overhang of roughly 15-foot diameter, height and width cavern entrance built into the stonework.
I'll approach about 15 feet of the entrance. I'll grab out an arrow, hit it with some light, and a very light, not a full-on
Sure.
through the air, but just kind of a coast to see if it hits an end somewhere. If it keeps going, we know, okay, it's a big journey down into there.
Yep. So tell me this: what's your range on your light, your short bow?
I thought you were about to say on light. Actions. Short bow has a range of 80, and then disadvantage at up to 320.
Okay. Let's say with this lighter string, you're only shooting it about 80 feet in.
Deal.
But you cast your light on it. That familiar magenta hue kind of fades to gray as you loose an arrow into there. And as that kind of coasts in, everyone give me a perception check.
Hell yeah, brother.
Ugh. Disgusting. 7.
So Jiri and Roulette, maybe Toby's focusing a little bit on his aim and isn't able to quite look up quick enough to get a survey of the surroundings. And Telperion is just in awe with Toby's marksmanship. But
he's looking for the hornet.
I'm watching the hornet go away.
Yeah. But Jiri and Roulette both kind of looking into the mouth of the cavern. It seems to descend a little bit further in as the arrow carries the light forward, and you do not hear an impact. So this arrow may have continued in far enough to just kind of low thud into sand or otherwise. But it seems to descend gradually, but low enough that you suspect it may go below sea level, enforced by the smell kind of wafting up from that area. It definitely smells like kind of a low tide, nasty, off-putting scent. It definitely seems, the cavern seems natural.
In the path of the arrow, did we see any more Ember Lotus low tide?
You did not. You saw various colors of flora adorning the wall periodically, splitting through the crags. Nature will find a way, but no large ruby red flower petals that you're used to.
You first.
I was just going to say, this definitely looks like there's something to explore down there, but I didn't see any more of these 6 foot tall Ember Lotus things in there. So I'd say mark this on our mental maps, someplace we could definitely come back to when we're a bit more well stocked. See if there's any other exotic plants down there that might still be trying to kill Telperion. But I think for the time being, I'd like to at least keep exploring a bit outside the cavern.
Mm-hmm. We check out those statues really quick, though. They seem strange.
Is there like can we like find a statue that's furthest from the average center of the statues? So it's like not near the middle?
There's certainly there's only 2 humanoid statues in immediate view, kind of at either side of the cavern entrance, but right. The other statue off to the right side is this massive, like 6 foot tall wolf spider statue that's like rearing its legs up in an aggressive pose and is just locked into place, seemingly carved in a intimidating.
Is it facing towards the
position
alcove?
Roughly. It's kind of off to the side, but it is roughly looking toward the direction of the cave.
Jerry, you want to check out the spider or the humans? Or
well, they're all kind of like close to us, right? Like the ones, because we're right at the mouth of the 20. Cavern.
Yeah. If you're right at the mouth, looking, because you guys just looked in as the arrow light kind of crested through. 5 feet to your left and 8 feet to your left and 8 feet to your right, there's 2 humanoid statues, and then maybe 20 feet off further to the right, there's that large spider statue.
Let's go check out one of these statues just to.
As you kind of poke on it, feels fully stone.
Is there anything like so? I'm assuming Jiri shared his insight earlier of like it looks like these were turned to stone and not carved from stone. Is there anything around the feet or base of the humans that's like stuff that was dropped?
Make an investigation check.
turn or two.
Very good. You feel confident that there are no belongings of these humanoids that have been dropped or discarded. Whatever these statues are kind of carved with, they're holding swords. There's short swords adorning their hip, even a satchel carved from stone to their side. Nothing that have been dropped around the base of these statues, but you do, as you're kind of looking around, you make a step and something crunches beneath your feet. And kind of as you take back your foot, you see a very small crumble of stone. And kind of upon further inspection, you can see that you seem to have stepped on and crumbled and broken a small stone dragonfly that has its wings and abdomen and thorax have kind of just snapped and severed as you stepped on it. But then looking around, you see a number of small stone insects littering the ground in the general area.
I'd like to
very, very small and easily missable.
I'd like to collect any number that I can, like 2 to 3.
Sure. Roll a d10 for me.
I was gonna say I'd like to collect 2 d4 bugs, please.
Amazing.
D10. Woo!
You are able to successfully find 10 small stone insects that altogether weigh still 0, basically. Like they're very light pebble, like as if you literally found a statue of a fly. You're able to find 10 intact insects. Others are stepped on or crushed or broken, etc.
And then I'm gonna stop after this because now she's curious. From all of the numerous bugs and bug remains that I'm finding, is there any sort of pattern with respect to the cavern? Does it look like they end in a line, or is it just randomly scattered all throughout the sand or whatever it is?
Still going off your previous very high investigation check, seemingly no pattern, just anywhere in the vicinity these things can be found.
So, fellas, I think to Jiri's point earlier, something unnatural is kind of coming into play here, because I don't think whoever's carving these is actually carving them. This stuff is getting turned to stone somehow, and I'll show the bugs. I don't know what is going to do something like this, but I'm not too sure I want to stay by this cavern.
Let's get
at
going.
This moment.
Let's go. You said we could go south, right? Along the beach?
You are free to continue exploring, yep. So as you guys kind of all leave this general vicinity of this alcove, everyone give me a general perception check, or you could give me a nature check, Telperion and Toby Rama, if you wanted to, with herbalism proficiency, trying to find additional clues of evidence of where another Ember Lotus may be.
Oh, earlier I said when I did a survival check. Is that what it was?
Maybe. I don't recall.
Okay. I think I forgot. Well, that's fine. So for herbalism, it'd be 15 plus 2 for nature, plus another 2 for herb. So 19 total.
19. Toby Rama was 17. Jiri and Roulette. The two that are more experienced with kind of herbs and nature, even you guys are not able to, as you kind of proceed 10 minutes, 20 minutes south, you're not seeing any indications of red flora peeking out of crag-like cliffs toward the ocean.
I think we're going to have to brave the cabin.
Because we kept going further south, I'm assuming we wouldn't have missed any. As we're wandering, from their searches, there's nowhere else around this general area where the Ember Lotuses would be, right?
Not based off knowledge alone. You could certainly keep exploring, although recalling what Beck's original mission was to find this cavern because it was popular for rare Ember Lotuses growing from.
I did not.
So she specifically noted that this cavern was a source where they send scouts periodically to harvest the stuff. And potentially, it sounds like, as evidenced by your travels, that, hey, there's been some that have been growing outside of the cavern. But the cavern specifically is what Beck directed you toward and warned you that, hey, my scout Vars has not returned from harvesting those at that cavern. He may have been subdued or otherwise, or maybe just deprioritized this job and is elsewhere.
Are the statues, are their feet fused with the ground? Or are they standing on sand? Are they standing on rock? Like, what are they on top of?
They are very well balanced.
I'll put a hand on his shoulder. Could I push it over and have it tip over and fall?
Absolutely can. Do you want to do that?
No, I just wanted to test that.
Yeah, as you kind of test it, you realize that it rocks back and forth a little bit, and you could absolutely push it over. And Jerry, you're very clearly able to determine that these things where their feet meets ground is a clean transition from stone to sand or grassy terrain.
Okay.
Shall we go in and be careful?
I would prefer not to go in today.
We got to go in.
Was there a time limit set upon us?
She, if I remember correctly, she seemed fairly urgent in wanting us to get the things back, and I don't know. I mean, as far as trying to set a good impression for Beck and the matron, I'd like to get 3. If once we get 3, I'm fully on board with returning at a later date to then maybe make a profit off of whatever we need to. But I think a 3rd to start at least would be the best thing to do today.
Well, if we go in, we could grab one, and then we can go rest at the monastery because I have questions. So we could rest is in sight, but
yeah, come on, Toby, it'll be fun.
I like that plan. Get one, get out. Get one, get out. Head to the monastery, and then maybe on our way back into the city, come back and grab some more.
Get that bow ready, and I'm gonna take out the ever-burning torch, and I'll use Kair to keep it up in front.
Do we? I know we already shot a lit arrow down to here, but do we want to advertise our presence as we're walking into here?
Well, the torch isn't for me, but if you want to see it or not,
I'm fine.
All I'll say is that we have had a poor history of sneaking in, so we can give it a shot. But
I'd say, at least for the time being, just going through the entrance.
Torch back in the bag.
Let's keep low lit profile.
All right, let's go in. Time's getting away from us.
All right, if everyone's in agreement that you're going to pursue in, give me a marching order. You can be side by side if you'd like to. It's wide enough. But give me a general idea of who's proceeding in first, second, third.
Last.
I'll go first.
I'm going to be shoulder to shoulder with Telperion with Alfie on my butt.
I will be behind Elfie then, in front of Toby.
Every now and then I'm just peeking out the side of Jiri, just like, okay, it seems okay.
Toby, it'll be fine.
I think I got my glaze or my crescents in hand. They're slivers.
Okay. So as you guys kind of start to proceed down this gradual decline in topography, everyone give me a perception or nature check as you continue down.
Let's try nature.
What kind of nature check is this?
Just regular nature. This is not for plant identification.
It won't matter. 11.
Yeah. All of you are just proceeding down this cavern, kind of looking around the sides. There's definitely evidence of flora that have been very determined to grab some version of sunlight as they've peeked through the kind of crags. But there's a lot of grooves and stuff and odd changes of texture along kind of the general walls, but it doesn't seem excavated or burrowed or anything like that. It seems just like a craggy, rocky terrain. You proceed down. Light starts to get dim and dimmer, but then further ahead, you can see kind of the gradual decline level out a bit and open up into light. And you continue proceeding inside, and you immediately are hit with a beautiful visage of beautiful plants and flowers that fill your view. You've come to this kind of central cove cavern. Although the off-putting scent of low tide is pretty strong, the general vicinity is beautiful. It's very damp. There's about an inch of water that kind of lines most of the sandy floor, although small changes in terrain kind of butt up, and you can step onto sandy terrain and even some stone. You definitely recognize what Beck was saying about the sweet sense of the flora in the area attracting wildlife. There are dozens of small insects and beetles scurrying around on walls and plants, and small bugs hovering near flowers and the like. She had mentioned that several scouts over the history of harvesting here, scouts often complain about bug bites.
Just as we're about to walk in, hey guys, are any of you got any scratches or anything? Anything I can? I've got one last thing I can do, but it would help me out too. Is no one down HP but me?
No, the rest we took on the way is kind of.
Is that what got me? Okay, that's what got
lifted
me.
My spirits.
Yeah. Okay.
Are there any other like stone bugs as we're walking? Do we like crunch any on our feet?
Absolutely, you do. Yep. With kind of roulette pointing that out along the way outside, keeping an eye out for that, you're definitely noticing the presence of small stone pebbles that crunch beneath your feet, and you realize there's more detail to those than just a small stone. They're little wings and stuff snapping off periodically. And as you proceed kind of to this leveled out kind of central cavity of this cavern, you're noticing why this is kind of more well lit. Various beams of sunlight are streaking in through gaps in the kind of natural stone crag ceiling, about 30 feet or so above you. And you can clearly identify right away at least 3 large ruby red Ember Lotus blossoms further in the cave.
Fucking pumped. All right.
Get him, Tiberian.
Let's get to work.
Are there? I might have missed it. Are there any statues of large humanoid-ish sized creatures in there? Such as
there are no large humanoid statues in this immediate vicinity, but it looks like the cavern could potentially give way to additional rooms or areas past your current view in this kind of central cavity.
Alfie, let's go.
I will. I'll send Alfie with Telperion.
Slivers away, glaive out, ready to do the deed.
Okay. As you all kind of coalesce near Telperion, but Telperion takes the lead with Alfie's help. As you
I am walking quietly.
Okay.
I'm scared because I'm very nervous. Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
Oh, 12.
Even with disadvantage?
Yeah, that's the best I've ever done itself.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I rolled 19 also, but
10 for Alfie.
Yeah.
Let me do a thing real quick. That's not great.
Yes.
Even with you guys considering your footsteps quieter than usual, hard to mask the sound of stepping across like this inch of water that is kind of coalesced all around this damp area. And so your steps are unfortunately still making a sound, but you are absolutely able to approach the flower. And if you want, roll an attack.
Oh, jeez.
net 19. 24.
You very cleanly cleave through this flower blossom at the base of the stem, rather. And as this And as the rest of the thing starts to give, you Kair the top and it kind of sways in the air. And you have now holding up aloft this stem, bamboo shoot of Ember Lotus flower.
I'll ask Alfie to grab the middle, then I'll pop off the top and send Alfie over to you to bag it.
You once again are able to successfully cleave off the top, and as it falls to the ground, even in the water, as it kind of splashes, the familiar cinders kind of eat away the flower petals in it as it disintegrates. But with the sound of that flower frond kind of flopping into the water, definitely makes an audible noise, as your footsteps have. And you do hear behind you a nasty, low, guttural growl.
Behind us? Like
Yes.
towards the cave entrance?
Yes. And as you hear that growl, you hear the skittering of pebbles kind of falling down. And let me get this. As you hear the sound, let's say, you're all in various parts of the cavern, potentially looking toward Telperion as he's completing this task. Who is the first to kind of react to this sound you just hear behind you?
Probably Toby with his
I'd say Toby in the back.
Yeah,
with
Toby's in
highest
the back.
passive perception.
I'd
And
say
the
that
bow.
in my passive.
It is also the closest to Toby Rama, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Toby Rama, as you whip around in fear to hear what made the sound, you see a massive, angry, amphibious creature crouching low to the ground on 8 muscular scaled legs, about 12 feet long and 4 feet tall. A crocodilian adjacent like beast, but far fouler, bears several dozen razor sharp teeth, and its jagged violet spines run the length of its back. Most notably, its eyes glaring at you are pupilless and exude a cold, kind of cyan, misty aura. The moment you see this creature, please make a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna roll this on roll 20 because that seems appropriate. Oh no.
Oh,
As you meet eye to eye with this creature and feel its gaze upon you, you feel your muscles, your limbs, your very skin starting to become stiff, even as if your blood is coagulating rapidly. But almost like resolving yourself against poison or some ailment, you grit your teeth and force your way through it. And in this moment of pushing past this horrible sensation, in this very instant moment, you can make a history or nature check to see if you have any basis of knowledge for this situation.
I'm not good at either, but I'm gonna do nature because that makes more sense for Toby. Another 15.
15 is just good enough to know that you've heard of creatures that upon meeting their gaze can turn living beings to stone. The name eludes you, but as you kind of recognize this and the rest of your party now has like some idea that there is a threat in the room, I would like you all to roll initiative as I move us to the screen.
No.
Now you guys can kind of orient. Now you guys can kind of orient yourself around the situation, but here is the beast that had kind of come up from behind you, seemingly skittering around rocks and cavern walls. But this is the form of the beast.
And I'm assuming the exit or like the entrance that we the entrance that we came in is at the bottom of the map.
Correct.
Okay.
And so you guys can kind of arrange yourself on this map, but Telperion, you were kind of over in this direction, having just harvested
We can't see
flower
it.
frond.
yeah, I don't know.
Shit,
What
my bad, I'm on the wrong thing, but you had just harvested a flower
Okay.
frond right over here.
Cool.
Oh, initiative.
Yes, everyone please roll initiative as I do the tracker.
Oh god damn! Don't let it go before me.
Gotta roll initiative for the Basilisk.
That's what a basilisk looks like? I had no fucking clue. I wasn't expecting like the snake from Harry Potter, but I thought it was more like a chicken form.
Yep. Let me do this.
And then he's gonna roll another initiative because there's other creatures.
Oh. Okie dokie.
We didn't like that one though. I'm gonna bring you.
All right, what do we got? We got Telperion. We got these things that aren't going to go yet. We've got this guy. We've got Roulette. We've got this
is a
fucker.
Super cool map.
I love this
It's
map.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Guy here.
We're well past the light dying out on the arrow. Would I, in my head,
You've also
80
passed it. Yes, absolutely. You probably proceeded 150 feet forward, kind of getting to this central cavity cavern. But lights kind of streaks in from the ceiling as kind of crag stones aren't perfectly meshing. It seems like it's not a full cavern. There's like many bits of jagged rock that have kind of formed next to each other. So there's light in this space. So it's not dim light or anything.
All right, so I go first?
Yes, Telperion will go first.
I move forward. So I want to drop my glaive to the ground, and I want to grab my slivers. Can I get both of them?
Actually, technically, no. I think you can only draw one as part of your movement.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'll draw one, and I'll chuck it at the thing's face while it's looking at Toby.
Well, as you look at it and whip it, it puts its head toward your direction, and you being in view of it at the start of your turn, you can choose right now to either, if you know to, avoid your gaze, or if you're looking at it, it's going to potentially try and affect you.
I'm going to try to avoid my gaze, because I've been suspicious that there was a creature, something around.
So as soon as you see this kind of magical aura emanating from its eyes, you immediately avert your gaze and are successfully not subjected to its gaze, but trying to attack it, trying to like barely crest your vision enough to like see footsteps or something enough to get a general vicinity of the creature. Rolling an attack would be a disadvantage at this time.
Okay, rolling that at disadvantage. Fuck, 17 and 12, love that. So 17 total to hit.
17 and 12 with disadvantage.
No, so I rolled a 17 and 12, so 12, or so it's 17 to hit.
Plus your 5, got it.
Yeah, 12 plus 5.
Absolutely strikes true. So as your crescent hurls through the air, embeds its side in the side of this creature, and as it kind of rears back in pain.
Okay, I'm gonna roll fucking 6. So 6 plus 7, 8, so 9 damage.
Okay.
And then let's just get this over with. And I'm gonna add some telekinetic energy to that.
Okay.
Okay. So I rolled a 5 plus 7 more, so 16 total.
5 more, got it.
No, so 5, 6, 7 more. Because it's 5 plus my 2. And
okay, 16 total, got it. And
yeah.
that is force damage, correct?
Correct.
Got it. It definitely did not like that impact. It is clearly, your sliver is embedded in its side.
I marked
as
it
it shrieks out. Perfect. Is that your turn?
No, I can't grab my glaive, right?
No. One grab or small interaction as part of your movement.
I'm just going to leave my glaive on the ground and get closer. And just because I want to be in front of Toby, looking down.
Okay. So you kind of avert your gaze, but enough to kind of survey the surroundings, and you get in front of him. Perfect. Toby Rami, your turn.
I'm going to push it away for fun with my bonus action.
Okay. You're able to do that with large creatures, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's technically considered medium, even though it is a little larger than typical medium.
He's bulking.
He is thrust backwards. 5 feet.
For you?
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, he's gonna move forward.
No, I mean it's a cult.
Sorry, that's it. I've inconvenienced Steve.
You don't know that.
Inconvenienced roulette, and you don't know that.
You don't know that, and it might not be true. Toby Rama, your turn.
I'm now realizing this. I'm trying to remember my chain arrow that I bought, which was different than the unbreakable arrow that I bought.
Which I misdescribed last session, by the way. You had used your unbreakable arrow, which is like a rod of iron. I described it as if it were linked chain, but that's your chain arrow.
Is the chain arrow, as Gene described it to me, it like traps something, essentially?
It will, yes. I guess I did not make that item. Shit.
You did not, and that's on me also, because you literally said, hey, everyone, did I get all your stuff? Not a big deal.
But yes, if you hit, the creature you target will have to make a strength save or be restrained by the effects of that arrow.
Okay. I'm going to pull the chain arrow. I'm going to take a shot at the Basilisk.
Okay. Knocking your chain arrow. This is the description from last time, that you would think it feels clunky on the bow, but it's actually rather natural. And as you shoot, it kind of jets out with the propulsion you expect, but roll for aim.
All right. +4, +4, +4. I rolled a 16 +4.
Absolutely hits. So roll normal damage.
1d6 +2. 5 +2. 7 damage.
Okay.
15. That's gotta beat it. Surely.
It as soon as it impacts the form of this creature, the chain magically elongates and whips around the creature, but the creature's hulking form just kind of muscularly pushes out of it, and the chain falls limp to the ground and retracts into the arrow, now on the ground.
Okay. Sorry, repeat that again. The arrow fell to the ground?
Yes, the arrow is now back in chain arrow form, where it had briefly elongated to wrap around the form of this creature, but as soon as he shed that trap and it fell to the ground, it quickly snapped back to the form of a regular chain arrow.
All right. And then, so that was just my action.
But you did impact it.
And I did 7 damage is what it was.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna go like that behind Jerry.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Deal. Once your turn is over, this commotion startles a nearby giant wasp, similarly to the one you had just encountered outside. And it is going to move toward the nearest thing it can see, in this case, Alfie, and try and attack it. With advantage per... Actually, I don't think Steel Defender can be surprised if I'm...
Cannot be surprised.
Cannot be surprised, so this is not at advantage. It is a natural 20. However, I think Alfie might be immune to poison damage.
Alfie is condition immune. Oh, damage immunity is poison!
So its stinger... crazy sharp that it is able to successfully pierce Alfie's form, dealing successfully 12 piercing damage to Alfie. But the poison that would have been terrible takes no effect on Alfie's metallic form.
Jesus Christ.
And that is its turn. Brulette is next.
Yeah. Sure. Sure she is. That's not fun.
That's not fun.
That's not fun. Oh, that's 4 left. Interesting. So I saw Toby look down and I saw Telperion look down away from this thing. I want to use my action to start going. I'll show you this way. to start going this way.
Okay.
To see if I can I want to be using my shield and peeking up, but I want to just try and use my action to see if there's a way I can get to its side so that I could theoretically look at it to make an action or to make an attack at it or be out of danger.
Essentially, this is going to become an intelligence check you're going to make as your action while you're moving that way, if you're comfortable with that. It's going to take you some time to suss out whether this effect is constant or in a certain direction, etc. So go ahead and move the direction you want it to move and make an intelligence check for me.
I'm just going to move onto those stairs over there.
Nice.
19.
Let me shout this out. Oh, it doesn't do it. I wish I could display that in TTRPG or whatever. But
would you have doubled the poison damage on a crit? I don't think it works like that.
It does work like that.
Whenever you're rolling a damage dice, it gets doubled.
And it's only for melee, and it's only for yes. It's
always 2 plus
only
5
for attack rolls.
Yeah.
But should we see each other? You are running in this direction, and as it sees you in its peripherals kind of following, and you're giving it little peeks, but not enough to fully engage eyesight with it, you are determining that even as you're running around this side of it, it's enough to keep a bead on you enough where it could subject you to this condition, potentially.
Good to
even
know.
from the side. However, you're still in fairly close proximity with it. So there's other variables that could be at play that you haven't yet tested. But directionally, if you're in line of sight with it, you are this close, you are potentially subject to this effect.
Beautiful. Bonus action. I'm going to shout to Alfie. Alfie, don't look at the big thing. Hit the flying thing. And I'm going to have Alfie make sure his back is oriented towards the Basilisk. And I'm going to have him use one charge on the magic missile wand, point blank at the thing. Wasp.
Perfect. Roll 3d4 plus 3.
11.
Bullets of magical, arcane deathness just pierce this thing and shred it to pieces, and the limp form of this giant wasp falls to the ground.
Alfie, backwards 25 feet till you hit the tall elf. And I'm just going to have Alfie back up towards Telperion.
Okay.
And give Telperion a side eye.
I'm looking at the ground. What's up, Alfie?
Perfect. That's your turn, Roulette?
That's my turn, yes.
And Alfie's perfect. Next is this creature, the Basilisk, who you guys may have heard via stories or et cetera, and now pieced together. They're common enough in horror stories and folk tales and stuff that you may be able to put this, like a Medusa or other kind of legendary creatures that can magically turn things to stone.
Like a Gorgon, but not a D&D Gorgon.
Exactly. It is going to approach rapidly the creature closest in front of its view, and as it moves forward toward Telperion, it is going to make a bite attack with advantage because your eyes are averted.
As a reaction, Alfie's going to peek out of the corner of his eye. I have a question.
This is a good question. It's this effect technically is if you can see each other at the start of your turn. Alfie is free to use his reaction in this way to get a glimpse of the creature without being subjected to its gaze.
He's going to do like a donkey kick with his hind spider claws and just give disadvantage to this attack.
Oh, it's a full disadvantage. That's awesome. So its natural advantage canceled out by Alfie's disadvantage makes this a normal attack roll.
Dang.
Unfortunately, I think still strikes true for 8 piercing damage. And as you feel it teeth kind of sink into you, you feel poison start to kind of course through your system.
Okay. So I'm taking 8 plus 6.
Yep, 14 total damage on that hit.
So that drops me to half.
And that is its turn. Jajiri.
All right, Jiri is going to try to get behind this thing. He's gonna kind of sneak around this way and jump on its tail to try to chop its tail off.
You are welcome to run around that direction. As you're doing so, are you averting your gaze or are you trying to keep it in sight enough so that you can strike true?
I don't think Jiri would have been smart enough to understand not to look at it, so I feel like he is looking at it.
Okay. So as you kind of are rushing toward it, this enemy, it glares at you from kind of as it's focusing on Telperion and sees movement ahead of it. It glances up toward you, and please make a Constitution save.
Oh, beautiful.
Very similarly to how Toby Rama pushed past it, you can feel your muscles, your limbs, your skin tightening, but then you just kind of grit through it and rush forward, and the kind of condition passes, and you are able to get all the way behind it and make an attack with advantage because of your positioning.
I'm screaming Ja. Ja.
Yes.
Ah.
Strike true, Jiri.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
Clean hit. Roll damage.
I wonder if a Basilisk is a common TPK for early parties. Because if we get turned to stone, we don't have
9 damage.
9. Yeah, it doesn't roll in.
yeah, I saw that.
That is weird. I think that's I think you can do it. Let me see this thing.
It might just be like a reset of the Beyond 20 thing that is needed or something.
Well, I just rolled it also from Jiri's sheet. So yeah, I think that might be like the extension's out of date or something. Because if you just click on the little crisscross swords blade next to your action, it should successfully roll the attack and the damage all at once on roll 20.
Will it roll it'll roll both? Ah.
Yeah, it should roll both if you click that little cross hatch of your swords. But that's for future. But yeah, so for this one, 9 damage definitely strikes true. The Basilisk is already showing a lot of blood from the gash at its side and now at its tail. It is definitely dripping blood.
DM, quick question. The third, what is it called? Ember Lotus. The third Ember Lotus that we were chopping down, is that still laying out somewhere?
I said that. I would say Alfie put it in your bag.
Yeah, I don't think that was able to quite happen because it was right as you chopped off the flower frond, it splashed to the ground, and that's when you heard this growl from behind you. So I'd say it's still loose in the environment, but is safely, stably just right behind you guys.
I'd be next to where my glaive was if that's where Alfie was.
Yes, exactly. Yep. But it is on the ground. Anything as a bonus, Jiri?
Nope.
Got it. Next.
Is not Telperion, I'm assuming.
It is not Telperion. As you guys are kind of moving around in this area, in this kind of standing water, Toby Rama, you hear a small amount of noise behind you as a small swarm of insects starts to move up and then into your space and start to try and crawl up your feet and make an attack against you.
Gross.
Do they have to make a con save not to get turned to stone?
I don't think they're actually even looking at the Basilisk right now. They're just going toward whatever kind of disturbed the ground.
They don't even have eyes.
But it's a smart question because there's definitely several beetles and insects have fallen prey to this thing throughout the general area.
I have a collection of them.
Gee.
So many dice, but that's because it's rolling double.
Terrifying.
I think. But 12, I do not think hits you. So as they kind of start climbing up your leg, you just kind of kick them off, and that is their turn. Telperion.
I'm gonna free interaction, grab my longsword.
Okay.
I'm gonna bonus action and psionic surge or psionic pulse.
Okay. Healing yourself.
7 plus my fighter level, right? I mean, my
Yes.
class level. All right, I go up 10.
Your Celestial Warlock level.
Yeah, shit.
Well,
I'm back up to 24.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna take both of my hands and longsword without looking at it, but longsword where I know its face is.
Okay. Roll with disadvantage.
I'm going across, trying to get eyes.
Okay.
Wait.
Yes. Oh, it would be a normal roll because you're in an advantageous position, but disadvantage for not looking at it. So it's a normal roll.
Thank you, Jerry. Nat 4.
Nat 4 is not going to hit.
I will action surge though and do it again.
Okay. Feel free.
A warlock action surge?
I know that was that multi-class, baby. Nat 20.
Woo!
Nat 20.
My first
Well
one.
done. Yeah, roll damage.
Can confirm I just checked off second wind and action.
So 2d10 plus 3 plus other stuff if you choose.
Telperian's like taking, like, he's hyperventilating. He's swinging again. What is happening?
Lots going on. Yeah, this has been a confusing turn. I did like a brief moment of meditation, and then I just started swinging.
Yep.
So I'm rolling 2d10.
2d10 plus 3 plus additional stuff if you want.
Oh, I'm going to for sure.
Okay, so because with a single extra die of damage, that's doubled as well.
Oh, so I'm rolling 40, or I'm gonna put a psionic surge on this, and then I'm gonna roll 2d6 with this.
2d10, 2d6
plus 5.
5.
And I get a reroll. I get a reroll any low d10s.
Yes. Yes, you get a reroll a 1 or a 2.
One of the d10s was a 10, one was a 3, so those are both there. And then I rolled a 4 and a 5. So
22.
13.
Damn, plus 5.
13,
27.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 27 damage total.
How do you want to do this?
Jesus.
I mean, like, do you want me to check my math one more time? 13.
No,
plus,
13,
No,
13
it's
9, and
it's
5.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
It had
so I
19 hit points left.
So I feel like I'm trying not to look, and I go and there's nothing there, and I go too high, and I say, "Damn it, Telperian, you gotta be cooler than that." Not really, but for fun. And then I swing back, and this time I think I go lower, knowing I'd gone too high the first time, and I go at its mouth and psionic surge that, or like put the psionic strike energy into that too, and just blast its mouth and throat.
And as you're kind of channeling that psionic energy, you feel like you had practiced this morning and the morning before. You're feeling this kind of resistance in the air, but as you complete your swing, it completes with like no resistance whatsoever. And you wonder if you even cut the creature, and its jaw just detaches from its mouth and it collapses to the ground. And it's the cyan magical aura from its light just dissipates into nothingness.
And like as the dust starts to settle in the valley, you see Toby furiously using a tinderbox on a candle, and it lights, and then there's a shroud of darkness. That I was planning on doing that on my turn.
Oh.
And I take a second, I'm like, oh, are we good? Okay, and you don't see this, but I snuff the candle out, and then the darkness collapses, and you can see me again.
Lizard down.
And as you're doing that, kind of lighting the tinderbox, just for fun, one more time, the beetles try and crawl up your leg again, but I'm pretty sure you still successfully just kind of kick them off.
Oh, right.
And then they will kind of retreat into the surrounding area and spread out a little bit. But that will functionally end combat, actually.
Chris, I'm down for you to make the call on this. I'm super down to pay attention to the number of rounds I can use the hour-long candle. Should I count that as a round, or should I count that as a minute?
If you blow it out immediately, you can, having just lit it and this aura of darkness emanates, blowing it out, it will immediately, if Telperian or Roulette or Jir kind of call out, it's dead, don't worry about it.
I would.
You can blow it out without wasting turns.
Cool.
So don't worry about that.
Do we see something happen by Toby?
Absolutely. What's the radius on that,
It's
Michael?
a 10-foot radius, so it's like a
So-
sizable sphere of just darkness erupts from me.
So none of you are close enough to be engulfed in darkness, but you definitely see an orb of darkness just around Tobirama. And as soon as you guys say, all right, it's dead, you see it just blown out as if just like snuffed. A candle was snuffed.
I don't notice that.
Telperion does not notice that. Jiri and Roulette absolutely do.
Whoa, where did Toby go?
Toby?
I'm back. Like it was a quick on and off thing, but
What do you mean you're back? Where'd you go?
Was that the bugs? Were you covered in bugs? What was that?
I was about to start running. Is what that was, and I'll spend just another quick thing to be like, I'll just be like, when I light this candle, darkness, and then I'll clear it off. And I'm like,
Oh shit.
I can hide.
Interesting. I mean, we know where you are, but I get it. I get the
Someone
point.
smart can deduce the center of the sphere. Sure.
I'm taking out my dagger to scoop its eyes out.
Okay. So, and as you do, you recall Beck saying that there are often odd creatures down in this area that are attracted by the kind of sweet smells of the unique and rare flora in the area, exotic species and such, and implied that she could give you a discount on items if you brought back sufficient bioorganic components of creatures down there. So you, in this moment, you think not only could this potentially harvesting this creature be valuable to you guys, but could also buy you in with some more good faith with Beck as well. So as you start to either go for the eyes or other components, you can either just do this kind of solo or get someone's aid or etc.
I was going to call for roulette, or I was going to say, does anyone want to help me with this? I'm going to try to cut its eyes out. Could be magical. I don't know who feels good at that.
Toby is walking around stomping stone bugs.
I'll look at you then.
Oh, I was gonna be heading back to the Wasp with Alfie, but I can certainly.
Come on, Ned. Come on, Ned.
Come on, Ned.
Come on, let me out.
I will certainly walk up to this basilisk very, very, very tentatively.
It's super dead.
I'm specifically looking at you. If I remember, the hide had some like pointy shit on it. I'm like looking.
Yeah, there's definitely spines on the hide. Yeah.
I'm looking for flavor investigatory things. I'm looking at that, but I will definitely help Telperion harvest some of this stuff.
I Kair my liver to me, and I Kair my glaive to me.
I'll give you some smithing tools.
Well, I'll go get the glaive in a minute. Okay. Just I don't know what
you are. Yeah, you guys are over the course of. It might take a few minutes, but you're able to gather your belongings, and you two, with Telperion, with your kind of elvish functional knowledge of kind of using all parts of the cow or whatever the saying is, you kind of, and Roulette's kind of more textbook understanding of like biology, really, of different varied creatures. You guys are able to kind of work together in tandem to harvest as much as you can from this creature. So Telperion, roll a nature check with advantage.
Cool. You also want that lotus in your bag. There. 11 plus 2, 13.
13. With a 13, you are able to, you start digging through one of the eyes, trying to scoop it out carefully, and unfortunately your blade slips and cuts it, and you can see a small burst of energy fade away from the eye. However, kind of righting your wrong on the second eye, you carefully scoop that out, and you are functionally able to get one basilisk eye, one basilisk tooth that contains basilisk venom, and one venom sac from the basilisk's kind of nasal cavity up back behind its jaw.
Oh, we got venom.
Venom.
Here.
Can I flavor the failed first eye a little bit?
Sure.
Because Jiri is gonna take a big swing and try to chop the tail off, and maybe he did that like right as they're like about to like pop the eye out. So like the whole like like body shakes as he like severs the tail.
Then Roulette and I are like
Amazing.
trying to like surgically do this, and we just like slow look up at you.
And I'm going
absolutely.
to take the tail.
Okay, you are absolutely free to cut off the tail and carry that with you. It probably weighs, the tail alone probably weighs 15 pounds.
Gotta pee real quick.
So you got-
How big is the wasp?
I would say 1.5 feet long, tall, with large wings, and it's kind of curled up in a way where it's like probably a couple inches in diameter, roughly over the course of its body.
Okay.
It's an enormous wasp, but it's not like giant in size.
Oh my god! I just saw the fattest squirrel. I would like to wander over with Alfie to the wasp, and I want to, and I'm hoping this isn't too difficult. I want to just like cut the wings off at the base, and I want to just harvest specifically the wings. And this is for Roulette. Well, maybe for Roulette.
Okay.
I want to harvest the wings of the wasp.
Okay. Roll a sleight of hand check to see how careful you are in this procedure.
Love it. 15.
Good enough. Roll a 1d4 plus 2.
1d.
You cannot get more. You cannot get more than 4. But you're going to get a 3 or 4 basically.
1d4.
So that's pretty good sleight of hand. All right. So you get all 4 wings. Success.
Sweet. Thank you.
Can I have gone with him to try to take the stinger?
Sure. Roll a. That is less careful sleight of hand or dexterity. That's more of a nature to kind of find the right spot to detach it or keep it intact. So roll a nature check for me.
I'm for venom. 12.
You're able to squeeze you're probably, as you kind of chop it off, you're suspecting it may leak out of the kind of thorax. So you may need to get it into a vial instead of taking the thorax with you, but you can functionally have 1 vial of giant wasp venom.
Cool, thank you.
During the harvesting of the basilisk and the wasp, could I have just like really pinpointed the 3 Ember Lotuses we had seen in this space? If there are any of the flowers that reacted with spores like we saw outside in like a vicinity to them.
Perfect. Make a general perception check.
Because we'd harvested one of the 3, right?
It's laying on the ground.
We had harvested none inside here.
Well, as you kind of approach the cavern, you realize immediately there are 3 in view. Now you're realizing after harvesting 1, there's maybe more in view. So I want Toby Rama's perception to kind of
we have
see what you can see.
3 in our possession now.
Yes, you have 3 right now.
We load up the one we did, so now we have officially 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20 I've been waiting for on perception.
Yay!
Let's go, 25. Give me that.
Beautiful.
God.
So, with a nat 20, you are seeing there's an Ember Lotus up here. There's an Ember Lotus down here, right near the Basilisk. There's an Ember Lotus right here, poking out of a kind of a tree flower frond, but it is similarly entangled with a tri-flower frond, like you had seen outside, that may be dangerous.
Okay.
Additionally, you kind of get the idea to poke your head in this side entrance of the cavern, and you find some other stuff.
Where is that side entrance?
Up to the top right corner.
Okay.
Right
Yep.
there.
You find another flower frond up here, as well as one statue that is upright and standing, another one that has crumbled into several pieces. But there are in the vicinity 4 additional Ember Lotus plants that could
You
be
see any
harvested.
halfling-sized statues?
Make an investigation to, as kind of Toby Ram may point this out, Roulette, make an investigation check to kind of suss out that situation.
Definitely relayed that out.
12.
12's good enough to know that the standing one that is intact is not halfling. You're not sure what the original size of this crumbled one is, but it looks like a halfling's face.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we take the face?
I was going to say that.
I think so. Yeah, so I see 4. remind me again, was one of them looked precarious in the same
This,
way?
yeah, the back left.
Yeah, this one looks like it is entangled with a tri-flower frond that
Okay.
had assaulted Telperion a bit.
Let's get our 3 easy peasies, and then Telperion, if you've still got the juice in you to...
I got the glaive. Yeah, but I want to go check out where the corpses were or the statues. I'll grab the face. All right, one halfling face.
Alfie, as soon as they start chopping down, you help Telperion. I'm gonna run to the entrance real quick. And like 15 feet further out from the body, I'm just gonna take my steel wire and run it across the base and take 10 minutes to do alarm right by the entrance. And then retreat back in.
Ritual,
yes.
Nice.
Jerry will go with
you
you because he wants to go check to see if the 2 statues outside, if they're still made of stone.
They are, in fact, still stone.
Then I will come back.
However, Jiri and Roulette, who kind of ran up the tunnel again toward the entrance, make one more nature check, each of you. You can make nature or investigation.
I will assist Roulette in her nature looking.
Roulette, what should we look for? You tell me.
You are confident that the statues are still stone and nothing else of particular note jumps out at you. No additional insight to be gleaned here.
Love it.
But
Jiri, watch your step right here. I set a booby trap.
But you're able to correctly set up your alarm and kind of gather back up with the rest of the crew.
Before I was
just going to say, sorry, as you guys kind of suss out, okay, maybe those Ember Lotuses are fine to harvest. Maybe that one's a little more dangerous. As you are getting the halfling head, make a investigation check, Telperion.
I wanted to be checking around this area for drop stuff. Investigation.
Okay. Yep.
Nat 20.
Very impressive.
24.
Nat 20.
That was yours. Look, that was your Nat 20 too.
Nice. With the moon. You are, first of all, very confident that there's no dropped belongings from these creatures. However, you're definitely noticing that this Ember Lotus is clearly the biggest and therefore possibly the most mature and oldest. So who knows how recently the other ones in this area sprouted up, but it is likely that the halfling Vars found this one as the one he was going to harvest. And upon seemingly, based on kind of constructing the posture of the fractured pieces, it seems he was halfway up this wall trying to cut it down as he was frozen statued into place, fell backwards onto a rock, and was shattered into pieces on impact. However, although there are no notable dropped belongings, there is a sizable chunk of stone that represents kind of his left torso area that has a nicely carved satchel with intricate designs on it, still locked in stone, but is intact.
Try to pull it off or investigate, look at it.
Yeah, impossible to pull it off, even with a high investigation. It's bound to the stone. It's this large stone piece of a body that has this was the piece that the satchel was kind of resting on and became stone as part of its form.
I was just gonna say something minorly retroactively. I walked up and gave Telperion a pat on the back and gave him 3 HP.
Amazing. So that you also get some temps. Beautiful.
That's the only reason.
Thanks, Toby.
No problem.
You are absolutely able to do that. Telperion, as you're kind of figuring this out, make one more history check.
I love me a smart fighter, I'll say.
History is an 18.
It's pretty good. At a glance, some of you were able to suss out that this was a basilisk, or at least some kind of monstrosity creature that was capable of turning people to stone via a magical gaze. You, now that you're having a moment to process, are thinking back on how would they eat? And you think you remember reading something or researching or learning at some point in your extended life this far, over 174 years, that these things eat because they turn things to stone, and their venom is able to successfully turn things from stone into edible organic matter. These things literally eat stone that becomes textured skin as they consume it, as their venom softens it. They are the antidote to their condition. So you now know that you have some tools that you just harvested, should you use them or sell them to Beck, that can functionally turn people back from stone if you wish. Certainly this figure vase is shattered and has no hope of being restored to life. However, his gear could become not stone should you pursue that. Same with the other guards for that matter.
Do I think that, like, I don't imagine there's a lot. So I'm curious, like, would it be localized parts of flesh, or would like some drops of venom undo a whole person?
You would think functionally a tooth or one use of venom could restore up to one person.
Fuck.
But you also have a venom sac that could contain more than one use, possibly.
Test this out, because Telperian's thorough and he's not going to just poke at a person. I think I would take the tooth and I would just like tap the tooth onto his satchel.
Perfect. First of all, Roulette, I assume you're mending.
Yes.
Okay. It's a cantrip, so you're able to continuously mend Alfie.
I just wanted to see if I needed to do it more than once. Yeah.
I just wanted to recognize that because this is the first time that's happened. So Alfie was damaged, and you see Roulette kind of magically tinkering with him, and he just kind of snaps back to place, like a small portion of that punctured metal just kind of flexes out back into the spherical shape. So you have successfully healed Alfie. Telperian, you said you're taking one tooth and kind of jamming it into the stone of the satchel portion. As you do so, you kind of, this tooth strangely finds purchase and is able to puncture the stone. And over the course of 20 seconds or so, coloration starts to come back. And you now have functionally a bloody chunk of torso flesh and a loose, fine leather satchel that contains 120 gold, 50 silver, 84 copper, 2 vials of basic poison, and an elixir of health.
These are all very interesting. The bag
as well as an intact, the satchel or the strap is not intact, but the bag itself is a fine leather bound satchel.
Okay, I stow that and say, everyone, let's huddle up. Let's brainstorm for a moment. I have some interesting news. Would we like to do the lotuses, and then I could give you the news? Maybe we should just tidy this package up.
Let's grab our 3 easy lotuses.
I'd like to get out of this cave.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, lotuses first.
But before you do anything, Telperian, do me a favor, just like poke the flower first. Make sure none of those more
I will
out of it.
Roulette call that out. I'll use thaumaturgy to cause harmless tremors, but in my head I would think they could cause the effect of triggering a flower's response.
100%. And you can fairly well localize those as well to kind of just billow the flowers for a moment. You're able to do that. There are no hornets on the petals of these flowers. And whoever's doing it, so Telperian, with Alfie's help, if Alfie's doing kind of the same procedure, please make 3 dex checks with advantage. You're able to successfully hack away at them. Or I'm sorry. The easy 3 you get for free. Those ones you're able to successfully slice off the stem, slice off the leaves that cinder and burn up. Yeah. The one that is intertwined, should you pursue that one will need a dex check to kind of separate those carefully.
And I'll try to, knowing that it's the same place as before, I'll try to glaive those off first, seeing if I can't get them before they expire.
As you kind of approach it, you can get functionally an attack on the flower before it reacts.
11.
11 does hit. Roll damage.
It's a plant. It's not going to try and dodge.
Jajiri rolled 9 damage.
It does, although it doesn't dodge. Although it doesn't dodge, it does recoil and quiver from the impact. But roll damage.
7. And I'll psionic strike. No.
You deal 7 damage, cleaving the top half of the flower off. That also just kind of wilts and flowers petal, but the bottom quivers for a moment and sends a yellow blossom puff toward you.
Even though I'm 10 feet away,
I'm
using my glaive for reach.
It's still
Okay.
Use this thing at you, but this mist of yellow pollen just kind of goes towards you and then falls short of your form. So it's still reactive, but it was not able to reach you.
So do I now have a flower frond that's not expended?
No, the top half is wilted now that it was slashed off, and the bottom half is used. You could still harvest it.
There's
okay.
But so we have 4.
You have eliminated that threat and have gotten this additional one.
So that puts us at 7.
You are at 7 Ember Lotus stems.
7 total.
That's hype.
Which is functionally, at least from Beck's promise, worth 350 gold or so.
So here's the deal, everyone. I need to look around for a few more flowers before we leave. But I discovered that I remember that this is a basilisk, and the venom, and it's what?
6 foot tall plant stem.
Mm-hmm. The stem's not specifically 6 foot tall. From the base of the stem to the top of the flower is roughly 6 feet. So you do have, though, like 4 feet chunks of bamboo, thorny bamboo in your satchel.
They weigh like 5 pounds a piece?
I'd say less than that, maybe like a pound or 2 a piece.
Here. I used a little bit of the venom in one of the teeth to try this out. The way that these things eat is by
it did expend. Sorry to cut you off. It did expend all the venom from that one tooth to fully function. But the venom sac you still have, the eye you still have, which could be put to various uses. And the venom sac is gross and slimy and is like amorphous in shape, but you are confident it has more than one use of venom in it.
Does anyone want to unfreeze a spider with the venom?
No.
The spider. Okay. Just kidding. We could take this venom, and I unfroze. We found our friend Boz, and I'll hold up his face. And it's very sad. I think he died from turning into stone and then falling, trying to get a lotus flower. We'll give his face to the people, and they can bury it or whatever. Matron, sure. But he had a bag, so I took the tooth and I stabbed it, and the venom unturned it to stone. So I have some gold to split off with you later.
It's good to know.
Voss was kind to us. So I'll stash this away. But we have a sack. And we could save the 2 gods and the one other statue back there if we stab them with...
The 2 what?
Well, the 2 gods up front.
Do we know that they were guards?
Well, that's how we got.
They seem to be soldier type individuals, not glass guards specifically, but guards in the functionality of seem to be standing guard out front, certainly, and one down here as well.
He called them guards. That's why I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Individuals of kind of upright position, more militaristic in appearance compared to the leather geared outfit of Vars, for example. Potentially hired help. Not clad in leathers that would be indicative of the Ebon clad.
Agreed, Telpier. Oh, go ahead, Toby.
Yeah. I had a question. Roulette, maybe even Telperian. If this the venom they have reverses what they did, would someone currently in stone are they alive still?
I think it's like
I'm trying to make sense of that.
Well, Jerry, what were you going to say?
I was wondering, so there's no chance that we couldn't put like Vars' statue back together? You know what I mean? And hope
when I saved the bag, I got some of his torso, and it was fleshy and shredded apart.
Oh, so he's definitely dead, you think?
I think the word is jigsaw, right? I don't think we could jigsaw this one.
But is he dead or is he suspended? And when he's restored, would he die?
I think there's a whole person back there we could save.
Puzzle
I
mode.
think we should definitely save the three.
Oh shit! You want to mend him?
I want Roulette to go. So upon hearing this, I guess first, does it look like all of the pieces are there for this puzzle?
You take a moment to collect yourself. Make a general intelligence check. You're going to get some information for free, but I want to see something.
Appearance says 3 bodies is better than nothing.
A natural 20. Wow.
That's like the 5th one tonight.
Yeah.
Yours included, DM.
You think about it for a moment. Engineering kind of symbols flashing across your mind, and
Jimmy Neutron.
Brain blast moment. You study the pieces. You could do this. You could for sure assemble all the pieces. And if mending is such minor magic, but piece by piece, you could absolutely fuse all these pieces together and then stab them and potentially bring them back to life. You have all the pieces except for a large portion of chunky torso flesh that is now, should you try and revive a person without that chunk, certainly would not survive very long, and it would be a very painful experience for them to live for moments.
Jiri,
You think it's absolutely possible in this particular case, maybe not effective.
Jiri, I don't think we're missing some pieces here. I think even before we got here, this shattered. My mending wouldn't be able to do anything like this. We should. I agree, as morbid as it is, we should bring back this. The face as a bit of a proof, or for resting for Beck. But reviving someone like this is not something that we could do. I don't think. They got to be fully in stature for something like this to really, really work.
Okay, but we should save the other 3.
Absolutely. So I'll take the venom sac and is there a valve portion?
So this is also going to be a very intricate check, but we'll oversimplify and just nature check it for me.
Telperion, before we do that.
Yeah. What?
I want to trip in and say that Toby has spent several years in the wilderness and has skinned deer before, knows about bladder sacs, and is willing to aid Telperion in
you absolutely have the background and skill set necessary to aid Telperion's evaluation of this creature of nature.
I think Mistress Beck back at the den, she seems like she's the true alchemical one, if we're counting the 5 of us. Not that I don't want to rescue these guys, but I'm wondering if she might be the one a bit more qualified to do something like that.
She said she just sold the things. I knew more than her about brewing poisons and such.
She did indicate in your conversation that most of her poisons are acquired through various connections she has, and she did brew herself some very basic poisons. But
said that. Oh, right.
She is in training or trying to learn how to better mixologize.
I had a joke from last session that I forgot to say. When you said she was an amateur alchemist, that she had she was brewing her own beer in the in the background of this conversation. She had the amateur homebrew kit. Okay, forget I said that. Telperion, you need have Toby help you steady that.
Well, I have some vials, so maybe what I should do is I should just puncture the sac and then pour the juice into the vials.
I'd say portion.
You can portion it out.
Portion it out might be the best thing to do first.
All right.
Yep. Rather than evaluating carefully the possibility of using the sac on people, you now realize this is a much more feasible line of action. With Toby Rama's help, still make a dexterity or sleight of hand check to carefully try and do this.
Does that mean advantage? With health?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
20.
You absolutely are able to carefully puncture it. A foul smell comes from the sack as it kind of the slight bit of air in there kind of leaks out, but you are able to fill 3 vials of that basilisk venom.
Oh man.
I mean, theoretically, we could have sold it back.
And that does utilize the rest of the sack's venom.
You said 3.
And chuck the sack. All right, I pour. Oh yes, I'll pour the 1 vial into the tooth. Right? Can I do that?
You might not be able to imbue it into the tooth, but you may be able to easily pour it on the people and kind of, yeah.
Does anyone want the honors?
Before you do that, you have 3 vials, right?
Yes.
There are 3 things that are currently stone.
1 in here, 2 out front. Plus the spider. If anyone wants some venom from the spider.
And I think 1, maybe 2 members of this group almost succumb to it ourselves. Do we want to save any of this?
Basilisks aren't common. I'm 174, and this is the first basilisk I've ever fought.
Agreed.
I just would rather save. I mean, if we kill another, we'll get more venom.
Yeah, of course.
All right. I want to dump one of the vials on this first one on inside.
The one full stack.
The one inside, you are absolutely able to kind of carefully kind of spread over the surface area where you're kind of casting it, and slowly it sizzles on impact, and slowly coloration returns to the human gentleman. And kill it!
We got it. Fuck.
What the hell? Vars.
Oh
no. I'm not getting paid, am I?
Jerry.
Hey, friend.
Yes, thank you. Who are you? Let's get out of here. What are we doing? Leave.
We killed it. It's dead. The basilisk is dead.
Oh, fantastic.
What's your name?
I'm Gonagle. I was hired. A couple of us mercenaries in town were holed up and looking for work, and Vars came along and paid us to accompany him for. He said he was collecting flowers. I didn't sign up for this shit.
Vars is beyond saving at this point. But the 2 up front were friends of yours.
Oh yeah. That's Grumsh and Brent. Are you able to fix them? How'd you even do this?
Was that your pet spider out there?
Oh. No, that was there when we got here.
Well,
it'll stay. Don't worry.
We were here to get the flowers. Basilisk found us, killed the basilisk. We took out its venom sac, and the venom unfroze you.
Fascinating. Well, whatever you did, thank you. And embraces your arms very heartily. Well, let's get out of here then. Let's be on our way.
Jerry, as we go out front, why don't you tell them about the Nora?
Oh, will do. And
Jerry's gonna.
Is that what you are known as?
Yes. We are from a mercenary crew called the Noras.
And I'll go in and I'll tell him the whole tale to try to distract him. And I will also carry his boss's head underneath one arm and try to keep it a little bit away from him.
Toby,
tail over my other shoulder.
Nice.
Oh, I forgot you had the tail.
Toby
that weighs 15 pounds, so it's like more than Jerry's used to carrying. You can carry it fine, but it's just like, usually I would let someone else carry this for me.
Yeah.
I've got to start working out.
So, first of all, before we get to Toby, Jerry, make a general charisma check just to see how well you're selling this, or actually make a performance check.
Ooh,
Very
22.
good. Gonagle seems enraptured by your tales of the Noras and is now going to regard them and tell tales of them in Ostenis, where they're from. and hail the Noras as some kind of legendary troop that has bred soldiers that could defeat basilisks and restore humans from stone.
Wow. When you're done telling your tale to everybody, you should stop by Forest Hollow someday and go train there.
Do they pay well? We get paid pretty well in Ostennis when we can find work.
They may not pay as much, but you're certainly not going to find a basilisk turning you to stone out in Forest Hollow.
It's not about money, it's about friendship and having loyal companions.
Yeah, I could also use the convenience of no dangerous territory for a while. All right, I'll keep it in mind. I'll bring it up to the crew at home.
I'm going to hand the vials to Roulette, and I want to just spend a moment searching around for any plants that look relevant for herbalism, health, like potions or poisonous things.
Sure. You make a survival or nature check with herbalism proficiency. Toby Rama, was there something you were trying to do as well?
It was more, not trying to do, just what Toby was doing as we're making our way out. He's processing. Gonagol is alive. That's clear. Vars, who is in the same state, and is still in that statue state. Is he alive? But his head is like, Toby's going through like this. What is life? What is death? What is this weird like halt in this process? And this is a weird thing. And Toby's following along. Toby's not absent-minded, but he's not trying to help Telperion with finding herbs. He's not trying to chime in about the Nora. He's just kind of like, he doesn't understand.
Make a religion check as you're contemplating what exactly you're so used to, both for your reverence of death, the gentleness of it, and your deity's domain, what this may involve, or any insight you can glean.
I rolled a 10. I don't think I have no religion pluses, so 10.
Okay. Even thinking through, like, you're probably racking your brain thinking, is this what, like, adjacent branch of Kelmvor's domain might this be if they're dead, but were they? And unfortunately, no satisfying bits of wisdom come to you.
And the fact that there's nothing satisfying makes me concerned and a little off-put, because Jerry is carrying a living person's head in his arms that is not living, but is still a living person, which is just a weird thing. So
it's very Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah.
If you were to bring that head to life, you would both kill it. Yeah. You would both kill it and bring it to life.
Right.
You think.
That's why Toby's being a little quiet and just like pondering in the background.
Perfect. And then
and 18 on nature.
18 in nature. You're surveying the plants. A lot of flora you're not familiar with. You're very well studied in a wide array of herbs and plants and flowers and their uses, functionalities. But you're certainly more familiar with the ones local to the Emerald Forest, and certainly in your area near the Moonset Grove. However, you do identify, out of all the bright, colorful flowers, you see a very small white flower bud that kind of is like hooked at the end, and you recognize that as a mantis flower, which you know is not used for potion making, but rather for poison making. And should you try to, you could gather milk of mantis from it.
I do.
With a very careful harvest attempt. So you can very easily pluck the flower from its stem, and as soon as you do, there's going to be kind of a squirt of white, cloudy sap, essentially, that you're going to have to be very dexterous with to collect that into a vial, and it's only going to be a little bit.
Okay.
But you can try to do that. So make a general dexterity check or sleight of hand check.
I feel like between Alchemist and Poisoner's Kit, I'd have gloves.
Yeah, that's fair. You're able to...
I'll put gloves on.
Yeah, you're able to competently and safely try and harvest this.
Cool. Dice Tower. natural 14 plus any plus poisoners.
You get your general herbalism for this.
Plus sleight of hand, so that's 17 because 14 plus my sleight of hand for 1 plus 2 for proficiency.
17 is enough to carefully collect that small bit of milk of mantis into a vial. By itself is not functionally usable by just like administering it to someone, but can be carefully brewed into a potion of or a poison of milk of mantis, which will be a paralytic should someone ingest it or you give it to them.
Okay, sweet. All right, that's all for me. I go meet the guys up front.
Okay. You guys have thoroughly collected and finished your quest to harvest Ember Lotus. You gathered evidence of Vars's fate and have so far healed Gonagal. I assume you're doing it to the other two as well?
Was it Grumsh and Brett?
Grumsh and Brent.
Brent.
Can you write those
one is
chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will hand those vials back to Telperion for him to do the deed.
I just got my first correct spelling of an NPC in the whole campaign, and I'm hype about it. And it was
is it Brent?
Yep, it was Brent.
That's a hard one to get wrong.
Gonagal, I did an A at the start, like a moron.
Gotcha.
And an O at the end. Gosh, shit.
Gotcha. But yes, Gonagal, the one you rescued first, is human. Grumsh is a half-orc, and Brent is a half-elf. But they all thank you profusely. Gonagal kind of gets them up to speed in addition to whatever you kind of tell them. But otherwise, they are going to very rapidly try and make their way back to the city. So even at if you were to ask them to tag along with you, that you could escort them, they're not taking that opportunity. They're getting the fuck out of here.
And I'm curious. I'm always curious about how the passive stats play into this, but I'm thinking about passive insight based on what Gonagal said about hired by Vars. Would that lead me to think, they don't know about the Ebon clan?
Make a general insight check. Lots of checks this session. I like it.
Man, lots of good checks.
Getting a feel for you're naturally good at understanding people, getting a read on them, their intent. These people seem very above board mercenaries that were hired to do a job and were planning on doing that, and now are very frustrated, scared, and a little upset that they are not going to be paid probably by the individual that hired them to do this, carry out this task. So they are they're a bit beside themselves and are eager to get to safety back home.
Did we ask them when they got frozen?
Gentlemen, how much was Voz going to pay you, and when did you come out here? Well, they wouldn't know how many days it's been. What day was it when you came out?
It was mental math, checking the date. It was the 26th, I think, is when we ventured out this way.
4 days ago?
Yes, correct.
You guys must be hungry.
How much was he going to pay you?
We were scheduled to each get 100 each. He had some kind of 100 gold each. It's why we took the job. He said it might be dangerous, but he was going to harvest flowers. We thought it'd be the easiest job, easiest money we'd ever make.
Are we going back to the city right now, or are we going back to the Dark Shines?
I don't think we're going back to the Dark Shines the way we came out of the Dark Shines. So probably the city.
Period. Give him something.
Yeah, I take out 50 gold from the Vars pouch and I give him 50 gold. And I say, well, this doesn't cover much, but take a little bit for yourselves.
That's all right. I'm happy to take it, certainly. Sorry to make you pay for his misfortune in a way. But thank you. It's very kind of you. We'll speak highly of you, Noras.
Ooh, yeah. That works.
So 120 minus 50 is 70.
That is correct. That is correct.
Good stuff.
That is not going to go on that Michael Jacoby failed math highlights clip.
Okay, so they run away, and I say,
it's because we ran out of room.
I say, we were going to check out the Lux Monastery on the way home. Could be a nice place to stay if we don't want to rush back to the city tonight.
I do think I know it sounds like you want to get there. I do think we should get back to the city. I don't know how quickly Beck wanted us, whether it was within a couple of hours or a day, but I think we know where the Lux Monastery is, and I think we can take a safer route if you're okay with it, first thing in the morning or something like that. And head right back down here.
We're having this conversation as we're walking back towards the Lux Monastery. Sure, that's on the way.
It's
headed back to
northward.
In the road. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
What time
and as
is
you
it?
guys, it's slightly late. You guys have only been here for less than an hour or so, so it's slightly later afternoon. But you figure you have 2 or 3 hours till sunset, probably, and the city's probably a little over an hour away. So,
do we want to
Aeridon, how much time do you think you need inside the monastery? Is it like a multiple hour thing or just like a quick visit?
Half hour, 20 minutes. I just want to question one man. Oh, look, I have a question about one man.
Yeah, let's stop by on our way.
Sure, we can do that. And I think, and we saw the city from the coast, right? Like we saw Mersenia. No,
you did not see Mersenia. You saw a fork in the road and a post that directed you to either Lux Monastery or in the direction of Mersenia, another town to the south. But you are essentially, let's go to the map. I'm going to oversimplify.
the map.
I'm going to oversimplify what this route looks like. But toward the bottom, let me get rid of my previous markings of that. Oh, I probably have it on the map layer. That's why. Nope. What? Oh, shit. I almost moved the whole thing. I can't seem to select that. Deleted the person paw by accident.
Campaign deleted.
There we go. So, here we go. I put them on the map. I'm the best. Okay. This is also an oversimplification of the terrain. But let me draw something. So you guys essentially came out. Okay. You guys came out of the area there, out of the dark shines functionally into the cliffs.
Yeah.
You journeyed southward along the Maritide Road. And then here, there was a fork in the road to either Lux Monastery or Mersenia.
Yeah.
And you guys went in the direction of Lux Monastery, but functionally went around to Ember Lotus Cave. So in this moment, you're going to have to make your way back to, as correctly stated, that fork in the road before kind of going back that way and then dipping back down for a second to Lux Monastery.
Was Mersenia where Damien had said his previous thing was taking place?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah,
but Jean Lavore also stated that he had just gotten back from somewhere else.
Why he had the vials, and on his re-entry is where they got lost.
So I don't recall if in this moment, I can't remember if Damien stated Mersenia and Jean stated somewhere else, but one of them was one and one of them was the other. And I can confirm that.
Jean definitely said Mersenia.
Okay. I think, I'll have to remind myself of where Damien had just gotten back from, but he was escorting a caravan of carts that was actually more toward the center of the nation, and he was traveling in a southeastern direction and had passed you guys on your travels.
Up here and lead the way to the monastery.
To Lux Monastery.
All right. So with the other three soldiers kind of running off ahead of you, immediately sprinting back to the capital, making their way quickly, you guys kind of more slowly but with good pace venture northward along the coast for half an hour or so, passing rocky crags and small cliff faces to your right, and eventually find the path back to the main dirt road and continuing northward for a moment along the Maritide Road, and you reach that fork and you start to double back again toward Lux Monastery. And as you start walking south, about 10 minutes go by, and the simple dirt path starts to kind of zig and zag back and forth up an increasingly steep hillside, and the monastery starts to come into view. Ahead, the dirt road transitions into slightly nicer cobblestone, and several dozen small house residences kind of dot the surrounding areas, built either along the path or even some partially into the hill that the monastery sits on top of. The road leads to a winding stone staircase that seems to follow the terrain up to the top of the hill. It's very 1,000 steps on your way to High Hrothgar in Skyrim, but less severe than that. But they lead to the top of the hill. And even from a distance, you can clearly make out a ring of tall wooden masts at the top of this hill, surrounding a single wood and stone building, several stories high, with a tiered, pitched roof that hooks upward at the corners and forms a small point at the top. As we go to there.
Picture.
Oh.
Yes! There's less. Picture it with less mountains in the background and more of a ocean background, with a late afternoon sun. But that is functionally the idea for it. This is not perfect, but
There's scary gargoyles out front too.
no. But you continue to walk up this path of stairs, and as you finally kind of crest the hilltop, you pass under an old wooden archway, 12 feet high or so. And it has a sign at its top that reads, Lux Monastery, welcome all colors of light. And you are welcome to venture inside.
We go inside.
That's so fired. That's such a fired slogan.
Why are you laughing?
It was a very quick response.
Sorry, this is a big moment. I also know our adventuring day's been long.
Yep. But you guys are able to go inside, and a very serene atmosphere inside. There's small torches that kind of adorn several pillars inside that are lit not with natural torchlight, but seem to have scented stones inside that release very subtle but noticeable incense throughout the whole space. And there are several dozen humanoids in meditative stances, all looking out the back of this structure, which is open to the elements, and looking out across the ocean and the almost setting sun ahead. They're all in some kind of cooperative, cohesive, guided meditation. And as you guys kind of enter, the only gentleman standing, kind of guiding the meditation, says, "All right, everyone, keep working on that. I'm going to be right back." As this figure starts to approach you, noticing your entrance, a fire genasi man approaches you. Very similarly warm-colored skin, immediately reminiscent of General Elise, with the similar vermilion, bright red hair. You notice he has eyes of bright silver. His pupils are bright silver. And just you immediately get a sense that this is the brother of, as indicated by Queen Elia herself, the one who runs Lux Monastery. This is Delta, the brother of General Elise, the Dawn of the Queen.
I needed to say it first so you knew I remembered, because I checked my notes.
Extra bonus points, extra credit.
Thanks. I'll take the inspiration.
Yeah, you get inspiration for that. I have been so bad about remembering inspiration. I've meant to give out a point every single session, and I have not been good about that.
I also checked my notes for General Elise's name, but it's whatever.
I'm going to be better in the future. Right now, you all get 1 point of inspiration.
I'm going to start actually tracking it, because I don't remember what the thing you said was, but I like the idea of accumulating them.
Yeah, you can accumulate them and kind of cash in 3 at a time for a glimpse of insight into what you think you should be doing. But a general, like if you guys get stuck and aren't sure of what path to pursue, I will very subtly guide you with a use of 3 inspiration points. But you might not ever need to do that because you can forge your own path.
And
however, normal inspiration points in this game are not just a reroll like a luck point in this game. You can cause other people to have to reroll too, like a luck point. So it's essentially a luck point. So you can force people to have disadvantage. You can give an ally advantage on something they want to do. It's a looser, I want it to be more usable than just using it on your own failure. You can do additional things with it, basically. But from this moment forward, you all get that additional inspiration point in addition to whatever you may have had, and I will be better about awarding them for cool stuff. But anyway, this form that matches the description and seemingly matches the description of Delta that the Queen had mentioned approaches you. He's slightly shorter than maybe Telperion, but certainly taller than Roulette and Toby Rama, and shorter than Jiri for sure, as the tallest member in the party. His form is rather lithe, but a glance at his through his sleeveless tunic, his arms are very clearly muscular and strong. His hair is slightly messy and tousled, pulled into a loose bun at the back. He has pointed ears like his older sister, Genasi, and various tattoos of curling silver flame adorn his face and down to his neck. Greetings, travelers. How can I be of assistance? Welcome to Lux Monastery.
Would you happen to be Delta?
I am, in fact.
Sweet lad.
And who do I have the honor of addressing?
My name is Telperion Loonsong, and these are my friends Roulette, Toby, and Jiri, and Alfie. I have
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just had a few questions for you, if you have a moment.
Of course. Are you interested in the monastery and our teachings, philosophies?
Actually, I am. I wasn't looking to convert to a new religion or anything, but I am curious about the founding of the monastery and the story of Eloil. How do you say?
Yes, Eloil.
Just
Eloil,
as-
our founder.
Just as Toby kind of chirps up out of the background, just as a separate note, we I think it's your sister, General Elise, had kind of pointed us in your direction, and told us to, see what you guys have to offer. And I know Telperion here has a weighted interest in it. So,
Well, I'm happy to welcome you all to our facilities. I'm rather surprised my sister recommended us. I don't think she's ever really. We've never seen quite eye to eye, but I'm happy if she's sending forward additional people interested in our ways. Well, we at Lux, technically Queen Elia did, but you wouldn't know that there's any weirdness going on there. But anyway, we at Lux Monastery, and he'll start to kind of guide you through the different rooms of the place and show you the gardens out back and stuff as he just is kind of describing their purpose here, and then he'll get to Eloil. But we at Lux study and meditate on countless ancient and forgotten traditions of this world, whether through practice of rare martial forms or through meditation on various existential philosophies. However, we center all of our focus around a core principle, that the light of the gods guides us through darkness and uncertainty, and that their light comes in many shapes, colors, and forms. The philosophies of Corellin, taught by our founder, Eloil, those that call the monastery home may settle on a particular philosophy or deity that aligns better with their personality and preference, but no expression of divine light is lesser or greater than any other. I myself prefer to meditate on the teachings of the silver flame, a curious divine presence that is seldom worshipped or given adoration. But we have many disciples of many teachings, including those of the prime goddess, Modera, savior of our world, or the preserver of the firstborn, Corellin the Rethian, or others, Pelor, Sune, Helm, Lathander, Foltus. There are many. But I do not mean to steal time from your life cycle. You asked about Eloil. Eloil was our founder. What do you wish to know about him?
He left from the Emerald, correct? Before he came here, he was a sun elf.
Not quite. I believe he carried Sun Elven Elealor bloodline in his lineage, but he of himself was half Elven, humanoid and Elven. With I believe his father, Illicent, was a true Elealor. One of the very rare recordings of their kind. Not much is known of the Elealor, I'm afraid, in our meditations on Corellin and their ways and the Seldarin pantheon at large, we certainly have meditated on the Ithilwinge and the Alealor, seeking guidance from Sehanin and Corellin in their lights they shine upon us. But specifically, Eluil was not indeed Alealor truly, but carried a great amount of philosophy from his father and knowledge. And he actually come this way with me for a moment. And then he'll go into kind of a little bit of a spiel about how Lux Monastery works closely with the Palestone archives in rare acquisition work. Sometimes there are artifacts that are unearthed, or sacred texts or holy items that are unearthed throughout the world. And when the Palestone archives or the Lux Monastery, for that matter, are made aware of these, they work in tandem to determine, hey, can we go acquire those for either the Leicester Museum, which is a partner of the Palestone Archives, or the Archives, or the Lux Monastery, who gets to kind of hold those. And he guides you to a room where this room actually holds one of our sacred texts of Illicent himself, Alealor father to Eluil, our founder. A vestige of age past. Kind of walks up, a very fragile leather tome. Let me do this. Eluil and Illicent. But he guides you toward, in a very carefully portrayed glass case, he will show you a rather ragged leather-bound journal tome. This is such a relic, a journal that our founder Eluil kept close, which belonged to his father, Illicent of the Alealor. The writings in this text suggest that Illicent's own father and mother separated from their people, the Alealor, or the Sunborn Elves, wanting to assimilate with the larger world and bring their ideas and culture to those in prominent nations, instead of accompanying the majority of the Alealor as they pursued isolation and seclusion in wild lands untamed, as the text reads. Although I claim no intimate knowledge of the true culture of the Alealor in their prime, or the Ithilwinge for that matter, friend, I admit I cannot imagine lands wilder than those of their previous home in the Emerald, so it is strange to think where they may have ventured. Certainly cause for contemplation and reflection. Perhaps in future travel and meditation will further enlighten me. But people I meet that know of Corellin seem to believe that because his domain is light, in my opinion, the sun, they think the sun best represents his divinity, but I respectfully disagree. In my conversations with another of our members here, Heliora, I have learned that a starlit sky better frames his majesty. With the moon in sight, reminding us of Sehanin's importance to the preserver, we also see millions of glimpses of his stars, suns that burn far brighter than our own and further away. I find that useful as a metaphor. He kind of closes his eyes for a moment and closes his fists together. If we can envision our own origin of life energy like that of a distant star, and can draw a power from such a distant source in our depths, then it makes it all the easier in the light of the nearby sun. He opens his eyes and his hands, and a small mote of flickering flame just arrives in amidst his hands. And then he dismisses it with the wave of a hand. I have studied many techniques and martial forms and philosophies throughout my years, though I am afraid to say that is all I know of Eluil, our founder. I only got the chance to meet him but a few times and have since taken guidance of sheltering those members of ours here. But I hope that was maybe of some value to you, friend.
That was very, very valuable. I actually left the home of my people to search for information on where the Sun Elves went. So is there any way I would be permitted to read that Journal of Illicits to help you glean any information? I don't know if you've ever had an Ithilwinge read it.
We have not, and I'm more than happy to welcome you into our home. I do have to acknowledge that our texts are never disturbed. We have never removed them from their case outside of various very careful cleanings under the guidance of multiple observers. If you're interested, I could try to set up a time to guide you through some of the pages, but I don't know that I can right now. I should be getting back to the meditation at hand. If you're interested, though, are you staying at Austenus then?
Yes, we are at the bait and tackle's the only thing coming to mind.
C and C, Castle and Cask, baby.
At the Castle and Cask.
Very well. If you allow me to make preparations over a few days, I will send word to the Castle and Cask and allow you to journey out this way and further examine the tome. Although I must warn you, it will probably be some of our scholars flipping through it for you with gentle care. I don't think we could allow you to handle it yourself.
That is more than generous, and I would very much appreciate it, and would be happy to share any insights I glean from it. And if it helps to know, we are here with the Queen's blessing, and she's actually the one who suggested I come to you when I asked her for leads on the Aleabo. But we will certainly let you get back to. Yeah, we'll certainly let you get back to your meditation. We need to be going before it gets too dark. So thank you very much for this audience. And yeah, feel free to send a note our way.
Very well, I will do so. Thank you, Telperion, Roulette, Jiri, Toby Rama. Various colors of light indeed. Be well.
Megavonen.
Otherwise, kind of guides you back to the entrance and escorts you out, if you wish.
Roulette, do you think Alfie has feelings? Because I feel like they're gonna get hurt a lot by people forgetting that Alfie's there.
I mean, he certainly didn't appreciate getting stabbed by that hornet. If the question is he too emotionally fragile at this moment? No, I don't think so. I primarily because I didn't really build emotions into him too deeply. So I think he's a bit more function than anything else at this moment. So
I don't know. It kind of irks me.
Alfie, as you're talking about him and you are mentioning the name Alfie, definitely the head kind of like crooks like a dog would, like just like at hearing its name, it's like acknowledging you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I get a bit of a crick in the neck every time they're like forget about Alfie. I'm like, he's here too. I guess that's only been today.
Yes. Literally just today.
It's been pissing me off all day.
Weeks. 3 weeks, but it's been one day.
Was it literally today? I think you guys.
No, it was yesterday.
I guess
No, because we went to the fight last night with Alfie, so he's been alive for 24 hours.
Yes. Almost a day and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Toby, I'll say this: if Alfie doesn't appreciate it, I certainly do, because I'd like to get him some real world experience, and I think interacting with as many people as possible is going to be good for
some street cred.
Sure. Should we Telperion, anything else here at the Lux Monastery you wanted to get, or is that kind of everything you needed and we can kind of head back to town?
Let's get back to town as quick as possible. Thank you all so much for waiting.
North.
You guys head out, wind down the stone staircases, make your way northward. As you start continuing back to town along the Maritide Road, rain starts to pick up. A little pitter patter at first, and then definitely not a downpour, no storm activity, but definitely cloud cover in the expansive area around you for miles and miles, and definitely an annoyance as you kind of get soaked for walking the remainder of this hour back to the city. But as you start to approach the Maritide Gate, just as the sun disappears over the horizon of the Jalen coast to the west, you arrive at the gate, and a glass guard approaches to attend your arrival. Hail, travelers! What is your business in Ostennis?
Oh, we're staying in the city.
Yes, at the Castle and Cask Inn, was it? Upon the recommendation of the Queen?
Recommendation? Fascinating. You're at the Castle and Cask, you say?
Indeed.
Do you have it?
We had made our way out earlier in the day, and we're just returning back to our quarters.
He kind of studies you for a moment. Make a general persuasion check.
I know.
15's not bad at all. Very well. Suppose it can't do any harm. All right. We may keep an eye on you in your first few days to make sure you successfully get back to the Castle and Cask and can confirm your whereabouts. We can't just let anyone into the city at the suggestion they already have been here. But very well. You're free to proceed.
Of course.
But you are all allowed into the gates and can make your way in the city where you would like to go.
Is this gentleman or one of his friends following us?
He does send like a kind of a guard on horseback, just like is 50 paces behind you guys, just seeing where you go in the city.
Friends, just by order of operations, we should head to the Castle and Cask first, grab some dinner. It seems like I don't think the matron would appreciate if we brought the glass guard to her dinner table on the return of our first mission.
Wait, that's an important thing we should talk about. Like, are we gonna? And I'm gonna whisper this to everybody so the guard can hear.
Yeah, and he's 50 feet back, so no worries.
There are criminals down there. Like, are we gonna do anything about that? Isn't that kind of wrong?
I'd say short term. My number one task is working with one Mr. Jean Lavore, and Jean Lavore's first task was, or first request was getting these vials back. So I want to get those vials back. After that, that's a good question.
I feel like there's criminals in every city. I don't like them, and I don't want to work for them for much longer, but I was just going to let them be.
Did we, when Jean Lavore was first telling us about it, I know because Jean was like, yeah, there's like this underground cabal of all these criminals and stuff. Was it one of those things?
And he referenced it by name as people call it the Dark Shines down there, but it was like as if it was this amorphous, wide network of places down below ground. So like the Dark Shines could mean anywhere down under.
People know about the Dark Shines.
Yeah, it's like whispered throughout this house that there's people living down in the sewers in areas known as the Dark Shines. But as you guys were kind of, as evidenced by you guys' experience, there's potentially multiple dens in various locations that could all be, even the sewers themselves could be considered the Dark Shines. So,
it's like in Batman Rises, like Bane and his little secret group of people. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Jiri, I mean, I'm not one to kind of let, bad people just keep doing bad things, but I think this might be a bit beyond the size and scope of even the Glass Guard. I mean, they've got such an established operation down there. If the Glass Guard could have done something by now, I think they would have. So,
and also we're assuming they're not. It's not a beneficial thing that they exist. Sure, they're criminals, but that doesn't mean their existence doesn't provide a general increase to the standard of living to those who live here. Just because, the wealthy merchants notice something stolen from their pocket every now and then.
I'd say let's small steps. Step one, we get back and return with these big old plant things and get the small potions, maybe pick up a few extra goodies from Beck's Underwears, and then we see what happens next.
Okay, we should ask them if they only steal from rich people, though. That's a good question.
That's a great question.
I agree with that question, and that's a perfect question we could ask next time we get down there.
Do we want to stop by at the general goods store called The Heap to drop off the scroll before we head back? I don't know that there's anything fishy about stopping in the store before we go to our inn. If it's still open.
The Heap is near general goods, and we were gonna plant the scroll.
Yeah, right.
Just referencing our horseback friend behind us. I don't think the matron had too much of a hurry for delivering this, so let's maybe wait for tomorrow for that, or later tonight, or no, because it'll be closed. Let's hold that till tomorrow.
Wait, not to add more to our to-do list, but I think we should also go to try to find Mr. Hart and see if he can help us find that third vial, the one that's missing.
Oh, I 100% agree.
It was intended to be used tonight. Wasn't that Beck's? Oh, I had that written down.
Based on your memory, Beck suspected
maybe in use tonight.
Beck mentioned that it was bought by a fellow family member of the Ebenclad, intended for use in an upcoming job that she thought might be happening tonight.
Maybe we could talk to Mr. Hart sooner rather than later.
I like the idea of being thorough, but if what I'm recalling is with Mr. Lavore getting that one extra vial was just us being rewarded a bit more gold, which is also going to happen with us bringing 7 Ember Lotus stalks. So I don't know. It seems.
I'd rather help out Mr. Lavore than the mistress. You know what I mean? If it was between helping one more than the other.
We're doing this talking while we're walking.
Yeah.
And you're heading toward the Castle and Cask for now.
Are we like well out of the way of?
We haven't decided on it anywhere else, so yeah.
Are we well out of the way of the heap?
So you don't know exactly where the heap is, or general goods for that matter, but now that we've left there, let's go back to the city map.
Back to the city.
I just think it might be wise to go drop off this scroll before we head back down to give these lotus flowers, just so we can have done.
I don't know if I'm remembering incorrectly, but I don't think it was dropping off it. I think it was like setting them up.
We had to plant it somewhere.
So
in a drawer.
You guys entered through the Maritide gate down here,
right?
And are currently walking toward the commercial gate within the residential district. So far, you're well on track to go to either the Castle and Cask or find potential general goods stores.
Where do we know where general goods is?
It would be in the commercial district. I don't know if we got a location yet.
Correct, and it was mentioned via previous brief various conversations that it was near Quintessence, the jewelry store that Toby Rama had stopped by.
Other side.
And somewhat close to Ensorcelment as well.
Is this past the time where shops would be closed? As we're walking to Castle and Cask, do we see?
As you are walking through the commercial district or through the residentials, and then certainly as you start moving into the commercial district, you see shopkeepers starting to board up doors and stuff. So now that the sun has set and it is still dusk right now, there's still, brilliant golds and ambers and magentas and maroons in the sky, but the sun is no longer visible. It seems like this is the time shops are starting to shut down.
We could do it tomorrow. I just want to do it before we go back to the Dark Shines.
It might make sense.
I agree.
One thing I'm wondering. Let's. How about right before we get to Castle and Cask? How about we stop by Ensorcelment? I want to check in on. I just want to go say hi, Mr. Lavore.
Were we there today?
Yes, I was there 4 hours ago.
What do you want to check in with him for?
I guess specifically I want to ask him if we're trying to figure out if we are trying to maybe track down this third potion. Maybe he knows what the third potion does because we've seen the first.
We could also just give him the 2 we found and
we don't have those yet.
Oh, did we? Oh, right.
No, we don't have those yet.
I thought for some reason, I thought we.
Roulette did give a down payment of 25 gold to ascertain some vials and put a hold on those items. But
how about this? Let's get back to the Castle and Cask. Let's forget any stores or anything tonight. Jerry, do you remember where Damien Hart's staying?
Yep. We asked for his address, but he didn't have one, so he told us it was somewhere by...
Oh, the Hart Estate or something, right?
Yeah, no, it was in like some like area with a lot of shops, and we remembered that there wasn't a lot of houses there, so it might be easy to find because it might be the only house.
let me pull it up. You're right on the cusp of saying all the right things.
The Hart compound or something?
I have approximate knowledge of many things.
A jack of all trades is... Wait, what's it?
He had said, if you ever find yourself aimlessly wandering around in the west side of the commercials, feel free to visit my abode at the Hart residence.
Jack of all trades is master of none, but better than master of one, is what I was going to say.
Don't you all feel like it would be rather difficult to track down a thief with no information to go off of?
I mean,
I could make it significantly easier to track down anything tomorrow.
Well, and the reason I think Jerry probably brought up Damien Hart is he said himself he's a mystical diviner of lost artifacts and objects.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's literally his job. Yeah,
I think that's literally his job. How about let's do this? Let's go grab some dinner. I can put Alfie away in his room, and then we can go pay a visit to Mr. Damien Hart, even though we saw him less than 24 hours ago.
It was last night, so it doesn't.
And maybe ask him, maybe see if he knows anything about an item like this.
Sure.
Awesome. Castle and Cask first.
Yes, please.
Okay. As you guys go to the Castle and Cask and proceed inside, catching out of the kind of corner of your eyes, no perception checks even needed. The guard on horseback kind of gives a nod in your direction in terms of
turn around and wait.
Seemingly acknowledging your proficient travel within the city. You guys clearly were going toward where you know that your abode is, and then walking inside confidently. He felt that was good enough for him, so he is now no longer tailing to make sure you were on the up and up. But you are welcome to go into the Castle and Cask and proceed as you wish.
We have dinner.
You are welcome to have dinner on the house.
Short rest count as part of dinner?
Absolutely. Yep. Short rest is any half hour or hour-ish. It's loose, but rules, I think, is an hour, but half hour, hour-ish of any light activity. Eating is definitely included.
I show that I don't have a channel divinity used as of right now, so would it be kosher if I use channel divinity, short rest, channel divinity to get 2 spell slots back?
Yes.
For solo. Okay.
Yes. You did do that earlier, but it was before your previous short rest, so
That
you were
makes
free
sense.
to
Okay. I
pursue
was
that
wondering
exact
why I
strategy.
had an open channel divinity, but that makes sense. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
After dinner, I'm going to psionic recovery to gain 1 psionic energy die back.
Okay.
I'm eating food.
Perfect. Yep. Krell kind of brings out a spread for all the residents to enjoy. A whole buffet table kind of lines up one side of the main livable space, and then there's various tables and a long main dining hall down the middle if you wish. And certainly you can grab ale or whatever, but those that can afford to put themselves up here do not need to worry about paying for food. So
That's a fire name. Oh, I guess I could do some. It's not worth it.
Shall we make our way out to the west commercials and see if we can track down this Hart residence?
I'd say we're already downtown, so I don't know that we're making our way downtown, but let's stay in downtown. Been a while.
Let's do it.
you make your way to the western half of the commercial districts. And are you asking around to find the Heart residence? How are you pursuing this track?
Heart residence? Heart residence? Heart residence. I'm just picturing Scanlan saying spice.
Yeah. Most people are just like giving you odd looks and stuff, but just keep going about their business if you
I'd
pass
say
them,
before
unless
we
you
even
stop them.
before we even leave the castle and cask, just like offhand, Krell, have you heard of a place? I guess a bit west of here called the Heart Residence. Is that a known place somewhere in Ostennis?
Not sure I know a Heart residence. I do think I met a gentleman with the last name Hart once, but I'm not sure where he lives. Sorry.
That's all good. We'll head out for a walk. Thank you.
Whoever wants to ask around, generally, give me a charisma check to see if you can stop someone at a good time where they're willing to engage in conversation, help point you in the right direction.
Can I have an arm around Jiri and help him with this? As I'm also charismatic.
Mm-hmm.
12.
Ooh, 15. Good thing Toby was there.
Yeah. Would that have been not quite a nat one, but with a 2. With a 15, you start asking around, and it takes you maybe over 20 minutes or so to like kind of ask a few people who aren't sure, have never met someone named Hart. Then you find an elderly woman, and you're kind of in the commercial district. So like as the city gets toward the center, it gets higher and higher. Certainly Prism Palace kind of is the crown jewel on top of us, Ostennis, but there's various large buildings in the commercial district as well. Towers and shop fronts and spires, etc. And as you come to a surprisingly small residence amidst some of these towers, an elderly human woman kind of says, "Oh, you're looking for Master Hart. I believe he's that tower there," and points in a direction indicating an enormous spire that rises 100 feet into the air, not but a street away.
Yes. Let's go.
Is this commercial or residential?
Commercial. You're right here.
Hype. Thank you.
As we're walking, I want to ask, do you think those stalks are going to go bad in the bag, or do we need to deliver those like tonight?
Is there air in the bag?
It's vacuum.
So nothing should be able to be alive. Toby doesn't know this. This is my
Roulette alone can make an Arcana check.
Oh, God.
It's like bacteria can't survive in there.
Going over the nature of the object you created, you're like, with the enchantment I put in there, living, breathing people probably can't survive in there very long. But remains of things, there's no atmosphere to deteriorate them. They're probably fine for a little bit.
I mean, we might not need to get it out tonight, but we should make our way there at some point soon.
Roulette, can I put this tail in your bag? I don't want it to rot.
Jesus. I will amend that previous statement. It will rot eventually, but yes, you can put it in there for a short time.
Thank you.
I want to clarify, I picked up the venom sack after we emptied it, and I brought that with me. So I have the tooth and the sack in my bag.
Okay. Perfect. And you still have a Basilisk eye as well. Yep.
Yeah.
It's priceless organic material. Pick it up.
Yeah, I'm also now realizing when the guard let you in, you're carrying this massive, like, alligator-looking tail.
Over and a statue head under the other arm.
It's not a statue head; it's just like a little face.
It's like it's like a slightly cracked portion of a halfling's statue face.
Alas, poor Yorick.
Before we go in, could we like take a quick little short.
Bio break?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was like,
Bio break
in-game.
as part, in game and out of game. This is our bio break during dinner.
Anyone got a poo?
Jesus.
Michael.
Did you see my text, Chris?
I did not. Checking it now.
Minor thing.
You guys gathered your stuff. Don't worry about that. You have it for sure.
Because I want to have that level of accountability of like keeping track of my stuff. But also,
and I appreciate that, but also Telperion specifically at some point was like, and we go pick up the Ember Lotus and the Glaive. I'm like, yeah, you all are able to regather your belongings. That was stated, even if your chain arrow wasn't specifically mentioned. But yes, you absolutely were able to gather your chain arrow again.
At the risk of jinxing it, what hasn't happened yet today?
What do you mean?
I know what.
Wait, what hasn't happened? Jinxing it. Something bad hasn't happened yet today.
Toby Rama going unconscious.
Oh, is that what you're saying, Steve?
No. I'll let
What
you guys
hasn't
think about
happened
it.
yet? What has not happened yet today? What has not happened?
Today is a run-of-the-mill Sunday.
Oh, I know what. Well, I suspect what.
What do you suspect?
Well, I want you to say.
No!
That's not how this works. Because then you could just say, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What do you think it is, Critter?
I'm gonna, I'll give into the jeopardy of having to state it officially and be wrong. What I thought you might be indicating is that you have not been contacted yet by the Queen per your request. Oh, okay, because she had said a couple or a few days, and it's now been a full 2 days, I think. And you haven't heard yet. But what has not happened today? I don't know. Oh, your mic hasn't cut out once.
Yeah.
I noticed that about an hour ago, and then I was like, I'm gonna make a note of it when the bio break happens, and then we wait a good while for the bio break. I'm like,
that was so fun. When I recognized that, I'm like, that's what he's talking about.
that's awesome.
That is fantastic. What was the fix? Did you switch gear, equipment, or
that's
so
the
I-
camera they've gotten, right?
New camera, yeah.
Camera number 3. I had to put in a help desk request to Logitech, and they were like, give me all this information and make sure you do all these troubleshooting steps. And it was 6 emails back and forth, but then they're like, out of nowhere, they're like, your replacement has been approved. And I was like, okay.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
There has not been a thumb up, thumb down moment so far.
Yeah. Oh, that's so amazing. And look how, the removal of a negative wasn't even necessarily noticed, but how wonderful and perfect has it flown so far. So
Made it so much better. It's amazing.
Yep.
We walk into the house.
We knocked on the spire door.
Yeah. So as you approach this large stone tower, probably 20 feet in diameter, roughly, but built out of a base that is slightly rectangular in its very foundation, but otherwise rises in a diameter cylinder, 20 feet in diameter, rises easily 100 feet into the air. As you approach the simple wooden arched door of this place, you're absolutely able to give a rap on the door. Moments go by. Coming. Sorry, I'm coming. 1 second. The door swings open, pulled inward by a very small, there seem to be 2 door handles on the inside, a small gnome. Hello. Who might you be? Is Master Hart expecting you?
Yes, close friends of Master Hart, actually. He asked us to stop by later this evening, so...
Oh, wonderful. Could you give me your names just so I can confirm?
This is just to make sure we're new to town. This is Master Damien Hart, correct?
Oh yes. He's the master of the tower.
Yeah, he saw our bouts he saw our bouts last night, and he'll know what that means.
Oh, okay.
Roulette, Toby, Tuckerian, and Jerry.
Rubble rousing again, was he? That youngin' always up to no good.
You didn't hear it from us.
Who are you?
Pardon me. My name is Art Bartleby. I actually taught Damien all he knows, or rather, all I know. He's a natural talent, you see. He's got a gift for the arcane. His far surpassed what I was ever able to achieve. But I'm sorry, the master is actually out for the time being, so I actually tend to some of his things and his appointments and make sure the tower's kept tidy. But how can I be of service?
I got a Charlie horse when you said that name.
I'm not writing it in my notes.
It's so integral to who Christopher Kennedy is that I don't even need to write it down.
Master Bartleby, would you do you know where Master Hart went off to tonight?
Yes, let me see through his log here. Pulls out a ledger and starts to go over places. I think right now, he's in Atheros, completing a task for someone there. Should be back in the morning.
Is that a city, I'm assuming?
A city in Croatia that is easily several days away.
Back in the morning.
But a simple acquisition mission, some of the populace needed from him. I think several pitched in and wanted his services. So he ventured out that way and should be back in the morning if you need him.
Okay. That sounds good. If you wouldn't mind just telling him we did stop by. Just we were in the neighborhood and wanted to say hello and see how he was doing today. We can stop by at a later date.
There is one thing you could do for me.
Yes, of course.
You said you taught him all you know. That means you know a bit about the arcane?
Yes, certainly.
I came by this potion today. I'm curious if you could tell me what it's meant to do. I hold out
fascinating.
I hold out the elixir of health.
Oh, fascinating. He kind of gives it a moment. He's like, I actually specialize in transmutation mostly. Master Hart is more of the diviner, but I certainly know low-level divination magics.
Give your roulette pal that I didn't ask her.
Yes, definitely. As he traces a sigil in the air, and Roulette instinctively recognizes the incantation of identify, and he says, "Oh, this should cure any disease that is assailing you, and removes blindness or deafness or paralyzation or poison from your body." Rather handy.
So it cures this disease, poison, deafness, or blindness, or paralysis.
Mm-hmm. And you can add to your inventory elixir of health.
Okay.
Actually, Master... Oh, no, you go, Jerry.
Mr. Art, I was wondering, can you tell us a little bit about the magic that you and Damien possess? Like, what are your capabilities? What can you guys do?
Well, I suppose it's all learned magic. Some are born with the arcane inside them. Some are granted it via various means in other powerful beings. Mine was studied. I actually studied, I'm from Austenis, born and raised here, but I actually went into Durest for some time in my youth and studied there at one of the academies. But anyone with the aptitude can study the arcanes and runic magic in various languages helps as well, but you can study how the weave can be manipulated by those intelligent enough to do so.
Roulette is thinking to herself, shit, this guy would have loved Alfie. Master Bartleby, I know you just mentioned that Master Hart is the one who's a bit more the diviner. Do you, by any chance, have any abilities for locating specific things?
Maybe
I mean objects, specific objects, not places.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're barking up the right tree, I suppose. That is right up Damien's aptitude. That is what he gets paid the big bucks for. He does not say that, but he will say, I have minor location magics that can help find items within a radius, but nothing much more than that. That you need to search out or acquire Mr. Hart's services.
So, a bit of a shot in the dark, and this is one of the other reasons we did want to see Mr. Hart tonight. Is looking for a bit of a lost object, and I'll take out a page from my notebook and I'll just draw this small hourglass potion. And describe it, the size of it, how it's gaseous, and I'm wondering, I'm not sure how transferable it is from this paper to your mind, but we're looking for something like this. It's about 2-3 inches in height. Wondering if you might just be able to give it a go.
Certainly, I could try. And just for your reference, Roulette and anyone, those vials are actually like an inch in length. They're very small, very fragile glasswork, hourglass-shaped vials that are intended to be snapped at the bridge and inhaled.
That's a fucking whiff. So that makes a lot of sense. It's a smelling
just
salt.
very small smelling salt, like vapor potion.
Gotcha.
He takes a moment, focuses on the object, releases a spell, and you can see his eyes kind of flicker. He takes a moment, looks around. I'm sorry, I'm not picking up anything of which you have described, unfortunately.
That's no worries at all, Mr. Bartleby. I figured we probably wouldn't be we wouldn't be lucky enough to find it in range of just the spire here. But okay, much appreciated, and thank you for your time tonight. Unless there's anything else, I think Jiri might have a quick question.
If you'll just let Master Damien know that we stopped by, of course.
Very well, I will certainly do so. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear from you.
One quick question, and don't tell Damien we asked you this, but what is his favorite drink to get at a bar?
I think he likes the more chocolatey nitro stouts that some pour, the darker beers.
Excellent, thank you.
We should get
That was more game breaking than the big bucks for sure.
We should get back to start brewing some of that. Thank you, Mr. Bartleby. We'll leave you to your night.
Thank you, Mr. Parcheesi. Thank you.
I take out my alchemist supplies. I'm like, nitro.
God. Damn it, nitro. Just dark stouts. That's what he likes. Fuck.
When was
I was thinking, how do I describe Guinness? Go.
I like that Critter finally made one mistake this session, and all of us seized like starving sharks. He fucked up.
That's the way it goes.
When was Art created?
The cousin one shot was his first reveal in player character form. But
that
his first creation was when we were playing Castle Crashers. I've been dead for 10,000 years.
Bro, you said that name, and I like seized up, and my left thigh just cramped up like none other, just viscerally. Oh, that was amazing.
He was always built into the world.
7 o'clock ish.
It's probably closer to 8. After you guys got dinner at Castle and Cass and wandered through the commercials finding the Heart Residence, it's probably like dawn light is gone. It's starting to get dark outside.
We could quickly stop
or dust
by
light, sorry.
The Dark Shines and drop off those lotus flowers just to accomplish one more errand tonight before bed.
I was going to say that
as well.
They do seem like individuals who operate after dark.
And you know what? I'll take the odds on it. I bet they'll show us a better way out this time.
I bet they'll be surprised we show up unscathed.
Yeah. That with net to like net 150%. So like,
I think it's good. Feathers?
I have the feathers. I have the feathers in the bag.
My bag?
Oh, they're in the bag. I put them in your inventory, Telperion. So just like move them down to your bag of holding section.
I was just carrying them on me in my.
Oh, that's fine. They weigh 2 pounds total, I think.
We'll talk inventory at the end of this session.
Are we pretending we're criminals too when we're down there? Like, is that the vibe we're going with?
I don't think we need to pretend anything at this moment.
I think they probably know we're not.
I think the matron sent us on a job. Beck sent us on a job, and I don't think there's going to be a lie detector test for criminality, whatever a lie detector test is.
Insight check.
A circle of truth test on this, but yeah, I don't really know where I was going with that.
So,
to the great.
For the record, I'm going to try to buy that ring from her as what while we buy the potions.
Yes, we need to buy those vials for sure. I'm happy to front the cost for a whole vial by myself, like if necessary.
Don't forget.
She also did mention she could offer a discount with the gift of any bioorganic material components that could be useful in alchemical creation.
We also did, just even before all that consideration, between us, definitely had the ability to buy those. We were just
trying to not
playing dumb. Oh, us money? What's that?
It is gold.
Yeah, Mister, we're flush.
So we're pretending to be poor then.
I wish we could steal them back or something.
We're pretending to be poor criminals is what we're pretending to be.
Isn't that the whole idea of why someone becomes a criminal?
Just, you're stereotyping right now, and I don't want it.
So we go back to the alley.
To the great.
Yes.
You go back to your known way in through the sewer entrance. As you do so, you notice how lubricated this entrance is. It has been raining. So who knows how that may change the conditions down in the sewers. But you guys are welcome to push down on the grate in a familiar way, and you guys can proceed down that way if you would like.
Yes.
Okay.
I am getting my lock picks. Did you say marching order?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you. I'm getting my lock picks ready to go because I know that there's a locked door at some point coming up. I'll go first.
If you recall, and you only were down there several hours ago toward the early afternoon, you had unlocked the lock and it was now on the ground. So the grate, potentially, unless someone else has gone in and relocked it,
I forgot about that.
Might be able to be freely swung open and closed.
Okay.
Twin Sliver.
You still got that torch, Telperion?
Yeah, Kair holding the torch, Twin Sliver one hand, shield in my other arm.
Got it.
And we're gonna run away from the alligator again, right?
We're going to avoid any scaled thing crawling on its belly. Yes, because we fought one of those today, and that's all we need.
We'll avoid the water. We know where to go this time, so we won't be down here as long because we won't be just fishing around. So let's go.
I am going to bring you to the map for at least flavor. Although there's still chaos going on over here, I guess. But as you guys get down to the sewer, you take the familiar route, and your clothes are already probably still damp from the rain travel earlier. But as you guys kind of slide down this chute once again, you definitely get wet again, as it's containing, like, in its horizontal portion, maybe an inch of standing water that is slowly flowing out. And you hear increased noise from what you're used to in this situation. As you guys kind of go out amongst the sewers, you're realizing the rainwater really collects in these sewers, and it is now maybe a foot below the walkway, whereas it was previously like 8 feet below the walkway. So it is way louder in here with all the rushing water flowing through this beneath the city. But you're able to still successfully walk on the walkways and make your way toward the familiar entrance to the dark shines you used before. Everyone make a perception check, as the increased noise level down here is definitely hiding your footsteps. But listen, make a perception check to see if you hear anything of note.
7. Gross.
15.
Embarrassing, really.
That's everyone.
Okay. I didn't even see roulettes, but perfect.
Right.
15 and 16. Even with Roulette and Toby Rama kind of carefully peeling their ears, no sign of creatures down here. Whether they're hiding out of sight in the deeper water, or maybe they even make their way somewhere else with this torrent of flow cascading through the area. But you guys are successfully able to make it to the gate over here, and the lock is still on the ground. Definitely screeches, but less loud than you would think over the roar of the water in the surrounding space, but opens and you guys are free to go.
It's more of a slide.
And once again, you kind of come to the illusory grate that is here, a crisscross pattern of iron bars, and you just jump right through it, going into nothingness, and you guys successfully get down to the lower level. Seemingly the water level here is where kind of one of the main exits, kind of sewer exits, leads down further into the building or down into the mountain and potentially dumps out somewhere into the ocean or river somewhere. It's still similarly like a foot below the rest of the walkway. But as you guys jump down this grate, you're seeing this grate's perfectly clean and clear. There's no additional flow that has made it down this one. But you guys are able to proceed, and you've come to the familiar tripwire kind of inlaid in the grout stonework. Anything you want to do there?
Oh, we were gonna trip it this time.
I did say we were going to trip it on purpose this time. I just hope it doesn't hurt us.
Fat footstep on it from Toby or across it. I don't remember if it was above the ground or like flush with it. Whichever. Toby takes the footstep.
You step over it, and no audible or visual cue that anything has happened, but you are able to continue.
Guys.
We follow.
Okay. We'll jump back down to this map again. We're map hopping today. You are all able to, once again, kind of make your way. I'm going to place you guys in a sense over here real quick, though. Ish. Where's Toby Rama? I can't find.
That's a great question.
Oh,
He's on the way
he's
top.
at the very top. So you guys are able to proceed to the area you're familiar with, and as you crest this spot, unlike before where you had seen just simply one guy standing at the door, there's two archers here that are just fixed in a position to fire should they see any threats, and as they see you guys, they unknock their arrows and will put their bows down.
It's because the alarm.
And they just kind of give you a nod to go see the matron.
Oh, we weren't going to see the matron. We're just going to go see Beck, actually.
They just give you a nod, and you are able to.
Let me just walk past them if I'm remembering
Just
correctly.
like, hey, matron.
She looks up from her desk as you guys pass, but no words. Otherwise, you're absolutely able to go over to Beck.
Do we want to give her the face of Oz? The matron?
It was a friend of hers. So I think.
Well, I was thinking
A
the
family
matron.
member.
The matron might want the
Friends, you've returned.
Oh.
How fared it?
For us,
I wasn't sure you'd make it out of the cliff, to be honest. I think the matron did you dirty to test you, but
understandable.
looks like you succeeded that challenge. How about the others, the Ember Lotuses?
Positive on that front. We also come with a bit of bad news. But our venture was successful. Others before us, not so much.
Did you encounter Vars down there?
We found his remains.
Jerry, do you
Well, maybe we don't need that right now. Or
Oh my God. Gods.
we brought this back.
Well,
Was there
that is
any knowledge of?
terrible.
There was a creature.
How did this happen?
There was a creature that turned living things into stone down there. In that cave you spoke of.
Fascinating. A chimeran basilisk made its way up our shores into Ostenis? That is rare. I've never heard such a phenomenon. Basilisks have never been encountered in Ostenis, to my knowledge.
And Toby gestures towards Telperion.
Well, if they're rare, then maybe this will
Very, very rare, and their venom is quite potent. Were you able to gather any?
Good news and bad news.
Just
We got this full. We had this venom sack. It was full, but we used some of the charges to save the mercenaries that Vars hired, and we de-stoned them with the venom. But we do have the venom sack, and maybe you can investigate what's remaining in there. And we also brought a tooth, which also discharged venom.
And most importantly, the eye.
Oh,
And
you
most
have an eye as
importantly-
well. Could I see the components?
Oh well, and Jerry really wants you to see what he's got.
The tail.
Oh, the tail.
Oh, fascinating. Give that to our barkeep in the other room. He may be able to make some sort of meal out of it. Not particularly valuable to my skill set, you understand.
Yeah.
It's probably
But-
really tasty
but-
and valuable for its meat then.
Yes. But the eye, the sac, the tooth. Let me see them.
I put all three on the counter, and I'm watching. I'm nervous about her taking the eye because I'm interested in the eye. But I want her.
She does. She takes the sac first, kind of pulls it through the kind of great bars that kind of separate you from her on this kind of stand of retail space. She pulls that across the counter, the sac to her, kind of scrapes at it a little bit with the knife. Takes the tooth, and then takes the eye. I might be able to have a contact of mine brew something with the eye, but I'm afraid there's no usable venom in the sac or the tooth, though maybe if you soak them in something, they could imbue some property of theirs. I'll happily take them, and you have your discount. These are valuable enough, I suppose. How about the Ember Lotus stems? This is fantastic, and I'm sorry to hear of Vars' misfortune, and I'm sure it was duty-bound of you and righteous and all that to rightfully prioritize the restoration of life over that precious venom.
She's so upset.
Anyway, the Ember Lotuses. How about it?
Is it just like very clear that she's bullshitting what she's saying and that she's like, I wish you had brought me a potion?
Make an insight check.
Fucking 4.
Cheers, good insight. Roulette's less. Roulette, hard to tell. Jiri, you saw legitimate concern and shock when you showed the face of Vars. She seems to have not expected a loss of a acquaintance like that. So that took her by surprise and maybe upset her. But yeah, the news that she received that venom was used to help the lives of people she doesn't know, definitely like small annoyance there. She would have rather had those alchemical components. But you did certainly those people a good service, and who knows what that may benefit you. But
do you want the tooth in the venom sac then?
Yes, I imagine one of my contacts can make use of them in some way. Really, the lack of the venom in them, but plus the eye, I think I'll give you the discount for all three of them.
Well, if you send somebody out there, they might be able to harvest more whatever might be valuable on it.
Fascinating. I'll reach out to friends and see what we can do.
But we did get some of those stalks for you.
As far as the Ember Lotus goes, not sure these stalks are going to fit through this cage here. Do you want me to just lay them on the ground?
Pull them out. I imagine they should slide through. And if you pull them out, they're a couple inches in diameter, those bamboo shoots, and they will fit through those bars.
I'll do I'll like hold my bag and I'll like grab it and I'll say like, Beck, do me a favor, hold on to this, and I'll just walk backwards with the bag.
Perfect.
And Beck, we managed to, and as I'm doing the second one, we managed to get more than just the 3 you needed. I forget how much were you looking to pay for these additional pieces?
I believe I proposed 50 gold per stem, as long as its thorns and sap are intact.
Just wanted to double check. Make room.
What was it? We found 5, 6 of them?
I believe the total we had was 7 coming back.
That's fantastic. More fruitful than I could have hoped for. Fantastic. And if you guys give all 7, she will take all 7 of them and set them back below her little stand there. And we'll go assemble some coin off to the side out of view. And we'll plop down for you through the grate a coin bag that kind of billows out to the side as it.
Beck, you could hold on to that for just a second, because I do think we are going to make some purchases of your inventory if you're still open for business at this moment.
That's right. You did place a hold on some of the items, if I recall.
I think, personally, I know what I wanted to start with, those 2 tiny hourglass-shaped vials.
Yes, certainly. 150. I had quoted them at 150 each, but frankly, I'm not sure. They've never been made or ingested by test subjects, really, so I'm not sure of their true value. So with the discount, I'll knock those down to 100 apiece.
Perfect. This sack of gold. Hold on to that, and I'll take these 2 vials off your hands for that 200 for those Ember Lotus.
Very well. She'll pull out the glass case, pop it open, delicately hand you 2 of the vials. So you have essence of. I'll need to create these. You have essence of rage and tincture of savagery. And she will kind of rifle through the coin purse she just took and remove 200 gold worth of coins from that bag.
And then I'm actually interested in the ring that you showed us.
Oh, very well.
With the discount and all, how much would that be?
I'll give it to you 100 off. You guys are doing me a favor here. 500.
Don't forget, still got that 25 gold piece store credit I left off earlier.
She rolls her eyes. Yes.
Well,
but she'll just upon hearing that you want the ring, she's just gonna reach her hand across and grab the coin purse and scoot the whole thing back to her. Another 150 gold with the 25 discount. That's 175. So math help of
no. So
300. So it'd be 325 at this point for the ring.
You need any assistance, Telperion?
no, but we're checking math here.
Oh no. I was gonna say so. Ember Lotus, 2 vials. Those cancel out. That's it. And then you just have 25.
Not fully. The bag was worth 350 gold.
Oh.
Because you had 50 times 7 Ember Lotus stems.
Yes.
So that was 350 gold minus 200 is 150 left, and then plus 125 from your down payment that she holds is 175 in her pocket. That 325 now is the change for the ring.
Correct. So you owe 325 for the ring. I thought she was only going to pay for the extras.
Nope, she was happily was going to pay you for the total.
Sweet.
Good thought.
Can I slap down? So 325. Can I slap down 2 of the diamonds and say, would these work? About 100 gold for these total, I think.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You have 250 gold diamonds in your inventory.
I have 6 diamonds in my inventory. Each of them are worth 50.
I used the ruby. There was a topaz, and there were several diamonds worth 50.
Understood.
So I'll slap down 2 diamonds, and then I'll give her 225 plus 2 diamonds, which is 325.
She'll take them for a moment. I'm like, I may have to have these evaluated to see their true worth, but that looks about right. Sure. 225 and the 2 diamonds. Here's your ring. She just kind of holds out the glass case for you to pluck the ring from it. And you can add the contingency band to your inventory.
Hell yeah.
Which is in D&D Beyond. Pleasure doing business, friends. I'll have to put in a good word with the matron. You did me well. Frankly, even though I was more urgent, I do suggest you get rolling on her quest. Even if she didn't give you a timeline, it's best to keep her happy, especially lately.
Why lately?
Kari's been different. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. The matron's been different. In the past few months, she's been more rigid and more stern and less amenable. We used to all treat her as like a den mother figure. She was kind is a strong word perhaps for those of us down here, but anyway, I shouldn't be talking to you guys about this. You're new recruits.
Well, again, thank you so much for your business, and we'll stop by and let her know that it'll be done tomorrow. I believe she'd want to know about Vaz as well.
Yes, you may as well inform her. Yep. One of our utility men. Master of none, but jack of all.
To the kitchens.
Quick question, and we don't have to roleplay this. I know she had other stuff for purchase, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Let me go through this real quick. She has Scroll of Inflict Wounds, Scroll of Silence, Potion of Diminution, Potion of Gaseous Form, basic poisons, and then various rather exotic or more potent poisons.
I'm good.
Okay.
To the kitchens.
I will. I think. Oh yeah. What I remember of the herbalist I met, that was the literal herbalist, right? She wouldn't be all about the poison life, huh?
She very much is knowledgeable about poisons.
Okay.
Both herbs and poisons. And she kind of mentioned in your conversation that she kind of can't be held responsible for what happens with the poisons purchased from her store. Some can be used in, miniature doses to kind of combat certain ailments even, but many of them are possibly put to nefarious use, but she's like, I can't be held responsible for what people do with those.
I'm just gonna.
Yep, Jiri starts to proceed to the kitchens, and very rowdy bar pub situation in there with tons of casks of ale and wine and mead throughout, and it's impressive how much these people are comfortable drinking in such a nasty sewer environment, but they are making a hell of a time of it. There's a halfling gentleman over here kind of plucking an instrument that he does not know how to play, but is just, who knows if it was a recent acquisition of his from the surface world, but he is just figuring it out, giving the kind of the whole atmosphere an odd ambiance. And there's a lizard folk at the bar. Who's the barkeep?
We'll go up to the lizard folk and he'll say,
Hello, friend. I have something to sell to you. It's very rare. Some food.
Fascinating. What do you have?
Oh, well, I like your voice. I've got a tail from a basilisk. Very rare. Probably gonna make some. You could probably use them to make some good steaks for your patrons here. They might pay a lot for the privilege of eating a dangerous, ferocious creature.
Basilisk, you say? And I could upcharge for the steaks. That sounds good.
Here you go.
Let me see it. Holy shit. This could feed the members for 3 days.
It's pretty heavy. It weighs at least, 30 pounds probably.
Holy moly. Well, this certainly will feed the members. Our family here will be quite gracious. And you're just giving it to me? Even better.
And he kind of grabs a hold of it.
No.
He kind of gives you a glare.
Clearly, I'm going to expect, some money for selling this to you. I wasn't giving it to you.
Oh, Jiri, are you finally selling that rare basilisk tail? Toby turns the corner.
I'm trying to. He's trying to wrestle it out of my hands right now.
I could give you 5 gold for it. Just because it's rare and I can make a killing off it.
No way. 1 gold per pound. It's 30 pounds,
Jesus.
30 gold.
Make a persuasion check.
No sugar.
Oh!
Plus 6.
For such a rare item, I suppose that'll do.
And we'll take it, slide it, pull it back, and we'll give you 30 gold for it.
Yeah,
Bro, you could do
Thanks.
Auntie Ethel with that voice. Oh, no. What am I? Mike
Pleasure having
Wazowski.
Mike
Get 30 gold for
Wazowski.
that.
Always watching.
That's what I was thinking of.
While Jiri's doing that, I'll go over to the matron.
Welcome, friend. You guys are back so soon. Have you achieved both missions we set you to?
Not both. We actually wanted to get the lotus flowers off our person. Just get those back fresh. We'll be dropping off that scroll tomorrow, first thing. When we got back to town, it was pretty late tonight. been conspicuous to stop by. But we did want to give you this while we were pursuing the Ember Lotus in the south. We found the remains of one of yours, vase. We brought some of it back. It's not messy. It's a little shocking, but I have a feeling you're used to that. Would you like to see?
Sure. Why not? Let me see.
Jiri.
What became of the idiot?
Oh yeah. Really quick, I'm gonna give half the gold to Toby. I'll give 15 to Toby for helping me with that. And then I will bring the face and be like, here is your, or I think this was a halfling at one point. Here he is.
Ghastly. Someone will take that or do something with it. Here, I'll set it here for now. And just kind of sets it on the table.
Yes.
Too bad. He was useful, I suppose, but clearly not competent enough to thwart fate.
Taken to a basilisk, which is dead now. Along with some of the griffins. Eventful day.
Slight grin comes across her face. Just gives a nod.
But that'll be all. Enjoy your evening.
Rather resourceful. Hope you get that scroll delivered. But yes, good evening indeed.
First task tomorrow.
Very well.
Head on out.
You guys are welcome to walk out.
Toby will slowly walk behind me like, is there a better way out of here?
Oh, right.
I suppose.
That one was a bit trepidatious, for lack of a better word.
Was it? Certainly. Bellows can show you to another branch that will be more to your liking. Don't use it to come down, though. Only an escape route.
Of course.
Friends,
It's
coming up on, I'd say like 8:30 at this point. Do we want to stay for a drink, or feeling like we should be headed to bed?
All was good.
Toby has been advocating for arrest for a long time. So so he doesn't even pipe up. You just know his answer.
Let's head back up. Let's get closer to bedtime.
Yeah, we've had a long day.
Before we go, I do want to stop by Bex again. And just out of question, the poison I took, that's just a basic vial of poison, right? That was in
you have two. Yep, you have 2 vials of basic poison, which functionally, and you would know this is enough to like just basic functionality. You would know you can coat your weapon with it, and it remains potent for 1 minute. And anytime you hit someone over that minute, they have to make a con save or take 1d4 poison damage. So it's fairly weak, but can augment the strength of a weapon.
Okay. I do want to pop back over to Beck. Okay. And I want to say one alchemist to another, or one poisoner to another. And I want to pull out the...
Poisoner. I like the sound of that.
I want to pull out the vial of shriven grass and the vial of yellow mold. And I want to say, I actually am going to be trying to work with an herbalist who would know how I can use these. I might be willing to sell you one of them if you wanted to fiddle with it as well. I could tell you the story behind either. But which one interests you?
Yes, what do you have there? The yellow one.
This was yellow mold that we found in an abandoned building. It was quite expensive, and it gave me, when I stepped on it, certainly was not fun to ingest.
I know for a fact one of my contacts has used molds in their concoctions for years. Certainly, I could buy that off you. 5 gold.
You know, how about this? How about I try brewing something with it and I show you what I make?
Sounds good to me. Maybe you can teach me a thing or two.
Certainly. You wouldn't have a poisonous kit on, would you?
I could rustle around in the back and try and find something.
That might help me if make something with these items.
Very well. Give me a moment. kind of hustles off to the back, again, out of sight slightly, as I pull up these things. I am having a hard time.
I think the average
Poisoner kit cost is 50 gold. So she will say with your discount 40 gold.
You don't think I'm likely to find one of these out and about, do you?
People don't usually have all the correct tools assembled together like this. It's a fairly neat package here. You could probably find bits and pieces, odds and ends, various places.
It's a spending day. All right. And I'll give her 40 gold. No.
Very well. Hope to continue business in the future.
See you around. Megavonin.
Megavonin.
From one high elf to another.
So long, Gay Bowser.
She nods in acknowledgement.
That's all.
Gay Bowser.
But after requesting that the guard out front show you out, he will direct you down a path up in the top right of the map that goes down various branches. May be hard to track back this exact route without some keen intellect, but will eventually lead to a ladder that upon climbing it, you get to just a stone ceiling. And with a bit of pressure, you can give a push and one of the stone slides over and you can emerge back in the alleyway of one of the residential buildings in the city.
Neat.
As we kind of come back to this screen, you emerge right here.
Show it one more time. Okay.
Slightly northwest. If I remember.
I'll put a little dot there and I'll make a thing for it later.
That's that, and we know, so that's not too far from the sewer entrance. Okay.
Fairly close to the Hart residence as well. Let's make our way back to the castle and cask.
Old Faithful.
You guys absolutely can make your way back. It is definitely getting later and later at night. Probably not quite midnight or anything, but maybe not but 2 hours away or so.
Do we, I mean, on the off chance that he might still be there, how about we just swing by and Sorcelment, see if Gene is still awake, or maybe closing up shop late. We have two of his prized possessions. So I'll direct us towards Ensorcelment just to see if he lives above the store or if the lights are still on.
There definitely seemed to be a residence previously above the store. As you approach it, you definitely notice that the stained glass windows on the shop front are not being illuminated. So the lower floors, definitely lights and torches have been extinguished, or magical lights. However, the residence above does have a light on.
Is there any sort of like mailbox that says Lavore?
There is not.
Is there a front door that I can send Jerry to go knock on?
The front door is just to the shop. Seems like you have to enter the residence through the shop, unless you want to, 80s film style, toss a pebble at the upstairs window or something.
No. Yeah, and then Jerry takes out a magic stone and let's wait till the morning and we can go track him down. I'll be right back.
But definitely seems to be some version of light upstairs. So maybe
we knock anyways, just to try.
Absolutely. Yeah. Feel free to knock. Wait a few moments. You hear a skittering up above you as two of the open wooden windows kind of slam shut. Sorry, we're closed.
Oh, we've got something for you. Sorry, Jerry, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
That's what I say. Lavore, we've got something of yours.
The vials.
unlatches it, opens up, leans door like a gnomish face leans out, looking down at you guys. The vials, you say? Were you able to find them?
Up to.
Very well. One moment. Shuts the wooden shutters on that window, and after a few moments, you see the stained glass light up, and a bunch of clattering as the door mechanism is unlatched and swings open. Yes. For you four, come on in, but let's make it quick if possible. But you found the vials, you said.
Yes, we found them. Roulette, would you like to show him the vials?
Oh, we found Jean Lavore.
Yeah, he like tried to shut his things. We called to him as he was shutting his windows.
I take out the 2 tinctures that we have procured.
He kind of affixes his spectacles again to his eyes, and they bulge either in just the physical mechanism of these eyepieces or in surprise that you found them. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for tracking these down. Very well. Is there anything I can do for you right now? I know I said I could knock the price off some things for retrieving these.
We can settle up. We can settle up at a different time. I know the store's closed. I guess my
Wolfie doesn't mind, but
no, I don't mind. Is there anything I can do for you in the next couple minutes or so?
What was the third one for?
I hadn't had a chance to extensively study them, but I know based on these, this was the one that caused aggression and could potentially shrug off pain. This one, I think, imbues you with more natural pharaoh magic. And the third one contained a more mustard yellow gas that could, the way I understood it, you got to understand these vials aren't known magics, whatever existed in them. They're not commonly known potions. But I think it would temporarily transform your body and grant it increased strength via partial transformation into some kind of oceanic creature. I needed to study it further to understand its nature. It didn't make sense to me, and I wasn't able to probe it long enough to ascertain its full effects.
Oh, sorry. Let me wake up my friend Toby here.
I'm exhausted. My bad.
Did anyone else need anything? I do have one question of Jean.
No, I was going to let him get to sleep.
Yes,
My one
well.
question. My one quick question is, how much of a discount are we talking about here? Just so that I know, I got a mental picture when I might be able to.
He takes out the punch card he's made for himself.
Well, I honestly forget what I proposed these were worth. But frankly, the value of these, I'm not sure is well understood. They could be more valuable than even I expect. So for the lot, I could take 600 gold or so off a purchase potentially.
Good to know. Thank you, Mr. Lavore.
Of course. We probably don't have anything we want to splurge on right now. I do have a question. I want to describe something to you and ask if you've heard of it. I doubt you would likely have it in the shop, but maybe you've heard of such a thing before. I'm looking for something I've seen before, and it's a quiver, and you can put things inside the quiver, and they disappear, but they can be pulled out with ease. It may be of elvish
Interesting.
make.
Yes, that certainly sounds like the famed. Forgive me. Her name was. There was some elvish god, Ilana or something.
Alana. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
She would. Yes, I've heard of enchantments being made. I don't have any here. I apologize, but I imagine the enchantment could be made to replicate that effect, or similar to a. There are various ways to arcanely store belongings. I could think over it and see if I could create or acquire an item like that, but I don't have anything on me like that in my storefront.
Yeah, maybe in the future that could be wonderful.
Very well. Good to know. I'll keep it in mind.
All set then?
Back to the hotel.
Well, thank you all
Oh,
very much. This is
yeah.
unexpected, and I appreciate it more than you know. Have to be less clumsy about what I bring into the city next time. But
In fact,
thank you all.
I would
We'll be
hire
back
someone to stay on your wagon and watch your wares because I think that wasn't a particularly challenging theft from what we've learned from where we got it back from.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for the warning.
Good night.
Or advice, rather. Good night. And as you guys leave, kind of all the stained glass de-illuminates as all the lights flicker out, and he makes his way back up to his residence. Castle and Cask?
Castle and Cask.
All right. You guys all successfully make your way back to the Castle and Cask Inn. And with a nightcap of ale or a snack or anything, you guys are safely able to make your way into your rooms. Gallus's door is shut, and Toby Ron, with a high passive perception, as you're entering your room, you can hear snoring from that room. So he is sound asleep already after days of whatever his errands and journeys were. But you guys are able to go into your room. Definitely want to see how you guys kind of set up. So Telperion, anything you want to do before bed?
Holy shit. I'll lay out all of my poisons. I have I have so many poisons and potions all of a sudden.
You hear a knock on your door. Telperion, I feel like you could probably make use of this, and I hand you a vial of Ankeg poison. Not sure. I know you were talking about poison before.
Ankeg acid, I think.
Ankeg acid, yeah.
Which is also great.
You were talking about some chemist or shit or something before. Just take this. I can't do much with it.
Thanks, Roulette. Appreciate it. Roulette, by the way, did you here, look, I got a sack of feathers for whenever you're free if you want to sew these in, and I'll lend you I'll give you my cloak as well. Did you have anything? We were going to potentially do some martial training. Did you need anything else from me?
It's been a long day.
Oh, not tonight. Certainly not tonight.
But no, I will take you up on that in the future at some point. We can stop by the barracks or get some early morning stretches in or something. I know because I hear you're usually up earlier than us. But we can do some basics, maybe tomorrow or the next day.
Okay. Thank you, Alette. So I will, I don't know. I just want to decompress, lay out all my stuff. I'm probably going to rest before I get to looking at and considering any of the poisons and potions and ring and things. I will want to take off my armor and just get some stretching in, but then just really meditate with the biggest smile on my face about the day I just had and the amount of things I know I just did that I could not have done. And I take a moment to just wish my sister was here so I could tell her about everything that happened, and because she would know how important all those things were. And I'll probably actually write down some notes to myself about moments when I felt the energy exert itself more than usual. And then I'll rest.
So as you kind of enter your trance, kind of meditating on all these thoughts of your day, a very successful day indeed. You researched in the library, you learned from Delta at the monastery, you used psionics to your benefit in ways you've never managed in all of your extensive training. And over the course of this meditation, you've started to feel a building pressure in your head as you've utilized your increased power over the day. In the midst of guiding your thoughts in your trance, you notice your head throbbing with increasing discomfort. And as a sudden acute pulse strikes your mind and assails your senses, please make an intelligence saving throw for me.
That's what I thought, nerd.
Brawny nerd. That's going to be a 19.
Even through the pain, you push past the sensation, focusing all your attention on that tender mote of psionic
energy in your mind, probing it and settling it down. You recall stories that your superior Vanya told you of the Crescent Knight trainings in days past, where Crescent Knights would occasionally be knocked unconscious by developing telepathic and telekinetic abilities within them. If that's the phenomenon kind of surging through you now, it seems you may have mastered it. And you instinctively sense that the powers you use today, you now have full and reliable control over for now. Roulette, anything you want to do before you, as you settle down for bed?
Before you vomit.
Before I vom. Yes. Laying out all my shit, which actually isn't that much because I have my bag. I take out my notebook and I'm immediately sketching two things. One, the hornet wings. I just lay them out and I'm just kind of sketching them from a mechanical perspective. And then two, also doing a lot of sketching of the basilisk armor-ish that was on the back of it, the spikes, and just generally
spines,
for that. And then once I'm done with that, I'm switching immediately back to Marta's notes, and I'm going to try and push through and research more of the practical stuff for the
Sure.
thing that she sent me.
So pouring through her notes and kind of it very quickly kind of clicks back into understanding, like you had taken a day off from solving some intensely long math problem. You realize, okay, I did the hard studying last night, the investigation of Marta's strange chicken scratch and her pouring through her theories and such. And you suspect that the next part of this process of crafting this weapon is crafting the components themselves, arcane, small odds and ends. And I would like you to make a tinkering check with your tinkering tools to try and construct the necessary components, like a small cylindrical transducer motor inscribed with glyph work, thin but sturdy braided cable, and sawing off the head of the mace, different parts that you know are necessary to achieve her theories and notes.
Is this just a sleight of hand check? I forget.
I would make an intelligence-based check with your proficiency bonus per Tinker Tools.
So
Actually, I apologize. The previous check was investigation, which is intelligence-based. This is, in fact, a sleight of hand, as long as that includes your proficiency bonus with your Tinker Tools.
Sleight of hand.
Because this is delicate, like almost watch work, like as if you're constructing components of a wristwatch. Very delicate, minute hand gestures. So sleight of hand check.
Yeah.
+2.
It's just no, because I am proficient in it, so it's +2.
Yeah, but I think you got to add your proficiency on top of that.
I do not.
You do not get to add your proficiency twice. If you're already proficient with it, because really what it is, it's not truly a sleight of hand check. It's a dexterity check plus proficiency. Yeah.
20.
Which Roulette just happens to be proficient in sleight of hand, I think. But 20, you very competently succeed in crafting these small components. And the final step would be to assemble them. And you think that may take a little bit of time, but if you wanted to, you could push through and do that now.
Yeah.
Okay. On your final check, assembling the components, please make a general. Let's just make a general intelligence check to complete some of the glyph work patterns and competently affix these portions together.
I am fully utilizing Alfie as like a lab assistant for this entire thing.
Okay.
I don't want advantage or anything on it. He's like,
but for flavor at least. Yeah.
Intelligence, you said?
Yes. Yeah, he could help you with dexterity for sure, but not intelligence. But with really something your father used to say, some kind of spark within you is driving you forward, like this satisfaction of crafting something new that is like it's often eluded your grasp, having that same spark that your dad did. And it just kind of flares up maybe a little bit in this moment as you just are in the zone. And after not even an hour and a half after going to bed, have fully crafted the components, assembled them, and have created a chain flail, which we will assemble in D&D Beyond, but it is functionally a 1d8 bludgeoning damage martial weapon that has the reach property and can be extended and retracted at will via a thin chain-like cable of intertwined braids.
You need reach. That's awesome.
And just of note, although magical engineering was utilized in its creation, this is not inherently a magic weapon, but is a very much mechanical weapon that is 1d8 bludgeoning with reach. Marshall, that you now have at your disposal.
I completely forget about the essence of saffron that I got this morning. And I am playing with my new toy a little bit because I don't really know how to use it. And then I go to bed.
Okay. You go to bed without taking your stomach nerve settling agent given to you by one of the physicians in town.
Too fucking excited.
And as you go to sleep, you sleep soundly.
Yes.
Jiri, anything you want to do as you're going to bed?
Jerry's pretty tired, but he also realizes he's not very dehydrated today. He actually didn't use much of his magic, surprisingly, and so he's reflecting upon that and how like not thirsty he's been today. Like he probably did a lot of peeing. He drank as much as he usually did, but he had to pee way more than normal. He's peeing all day, and he's kind of putting that together a little bit. But he's just gonna go to bed. But I do want, part of his mind to be active in the night, if that's all right.
Sure. Absolutely.
And as Jax, I'm going to reach out to whoever I was talking to last time. And I'm going to want to discuss the book specifically that Jiri found that day, because it's the same day that he discovered that.
It is the same day as the library.
Yep. But he's going to start by saying to the other thing that's in his mind, I've decided I'm going to call you Moby, just like Jiri does. Since you never gave me a name, I'm just going to make it easy for the both of us and just call you Moby.
Fucking hells. Why in the world would you give me that name? I suppose it may ease Jiri's mind to think that Moby is still helping him, but fine, so be it. However we can keep him alive.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that book. What was up with that? Do you have any idea why there's a book made after?
I don't know. What the hells was going on with those tomes of fiction the librarian showed him? Were books really written about Jiri? That doesn't make any sense. Now, I can't remember anything past your and I's first meeting, but maybe I need to study the fool further. Is there anything you can do to convince the idiot to make better use of our power and bridge the gap so we can all conversate more often?
That's what I was thinking. I'm having a hard time getting through to Jiri, but I had an idea. Maybe I can get through to one of his friends that he's hanging out with, right? Like if I try to convince Jiri to let me out to speak to one of them, maybe that'd be a good thing and they could help.
Interesting. I imagine I could. I promised I wouldn't. But in a dire situation, I could overwhelm Jiri's senses and take control for brief amounts of time to subdue his own consciousness and allow you through. I think I could do that.
All right, that sounds good. But should I try to talk to all of them or just one of them? What do you think would be best?
They're all strange in different ways. Competent even.
Yeah, it's strange because it's like Telperion is the most suspicious of Jiri, but Roulette and Toby Rama are more trusting of him. So I'm not sure which direction we want to go.
Those two also seem to have more understanding of magics, whether arcane or divine. Perhaps one of them, but I leave the discretionary judgment up to you.
Okay.
But however we can get on the same page with the fool. He squanders opportunities to use our potential at every turn. He holds up his magic and uses it subconsciously at night to send me across field and town to retrieve worthless oddities. If he could channel that energy through use in his conscious form, he could better protect himself. I grow weary of the foolish treatment, but very well, Jax. I leave it up to you to decide how to move forward.
All right, I'll work on it. Good talking to you, Moby.
Mm.
And with that, you are free to fully fall asleep.
And then really quickly for Jiri's dream, he has a dream when he was a little kid and he's playing with his big brother at the time, his non-evil at the time, Jah Drakar. And he's remembering this like cool move that Jah Drakar taught him. It was this where Jah Drakar would take two balls of like air in his hands and he'd smack them together like a big alligator clap. And Jiri's remembering it from like their experience with the alligator today. He's like remembering it, that seeing that alligator reminded of him of his brother's move that he always used to do. And he just, that's what he dreams of.
Beautiful. Toby Rama, anything you want to do as you go to sleep? Settle down for the night?
The normal time allocated to prayer, since I don't have my Kelemvor idol with me, this is kind of what I did during my time in the wilderness, is just kind of imagine it. And I'm still dwelling on the head of Vars is still alive, but the moment it is restored from its stone state, he will die. And that's a weird thing that Toby's still wrestling with. And that's kind of the focus of his prayers as he ends his night and goes to bed.
Awesome. And as you drift off into sleep, familiar darkness takes hold of your vision, and peaceful, familiar silver mists drift along in the darkness around you, cool but comforting. Until your very keen and perceptive ears hear a figure's footsteps in your vicinity. You sit up rapidly in your darkened room of the castle in Caskin, and the mists around you quickly dissipate into nothing. As your eyes adjust to the low light, you quickly realize this is not part of the dream, but rather you have awoken. And you see a dark hooded figure in front of you leaning against a wall. As the figure pulls back their hood, you recognize the familiar bald human head of Reese from the Ebenclad.
All right, good. You're awake. Sorry to spook you, lad, but the matron's picked another job for you lot, and it's rather time sensitive. Requires a bit of an outsider's touch. One where our crews can't really get involved any further. Can't afford to be seen, you see. Go grab your associates and let's speak out back.
No one's ever going to get a long rest.
But as he opens up one of the wooden windows from your room and slips out onto the balcony and down below, you are awake and left alone in your room in the early morning, just before dawn, on Sundas, first of Frostfall. But you have, in fact,
the next day.
You have, in fact, successfully slept long enough to get a long rest. But it is early. It is dark out. Not even dawn. There's no colors in the sky. But you are up and awake in your room alone.
Sundas, what is it? First what?
Lord
Sundas, first of Frostfall.
Fuck yeah.
Well, we went to bed early, so.
We did.
That's so funny. Oh, shit.
Please, I don't.
Is that a good spot to end?
That's not.
Can I have time to have done one thing before?
Sure.
I want to drop my ring into a health potion.
Just a regular potion of healing. You do so, and as it sits there over 1 minute, it's the level of the potion gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then your ring is left sitting in an empty glass vial with one of the gray band serpents glowing faint red.
And then I drop it in one of the poisons that I picked off of or out of the bag?
Unfortunately, it does not absorb the content of that poison, because this band only works for poisons or potions, liquids, any liquid intended to be ingested. Whereas those poisons are intended to be coated on a blade and delivered to bloodstream via injury rather than ingestation.
You need the milk.
I'll elevate it back out.
Okay.
Yeah, you could just. I was like, oh, how are you gonna get that ring out?
I was literally picturing like pouring the acid back,
or like getting like some thin pieces of like just like chopsticks. Like, can we get it out?
I will drop it in the milk of mantis.
Also, unfortunately, it is not a liquid. It's a liquid, but it's not a brewed liquid able to be ingested right now. Right now, it's just like a little. I'm not gonna say it.
No, that makes sense. And I think honestly, I just was looking at what I had. I probably would realize that as I was about to drop it in, because I remember now that I hadn't brewed it yet. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
You suspect there's not enough liquid there to constitute something it will absorb.
Cool.
But could be certainly brewed into a paralytic poison of some kind in the future.
Awesome.
You are absolutely able to do that. So your contingency band has 1 potion of healing stored in it. And Toby Ramen, you are left alone in your darkened room in the Castle and Cask. We can either end right here, or we can proceed through whatever conversation this is for Maurice.